Hello everybody, how's it going? Oh, I forgot to change the title. Well, we're off to a great start.
Hello everyone. This is Wizard and Sibyl. That's right.
How's it going?
We still haven't thought of a name.
We've been doing this now for how many months? And we still haven't thought of a better name. I think it's just
I guess this is fine. This is fine. This is the name.
This is
Aiden has been a busy
bee.
bee.
In what sense? How have I been
Aiden has added features to the stream. Well
hopefully.
Done,
we'll see if they work. But I use Stream Elements now so that we have a stream goal, which is...
There's 3 features that I can see.
Yeah.
Feature 1 is up there in the top right. Feature 2 is up there in the top left. And
feature
3 is that you appear to have invited a drag queen to the show.
Okay, look. I got these feathered eyelashes, okay, guys? I saw them and they looked cool, and I was like, oh, neat. Feathered eyelashes, bird, right? That'll be fun.
They looked cool online? You mean it was false advertising?
Well, I also thought they might look cool in person, and then I went downstairs and I was like, Bill, what do you think about these eyelashes? And they look like a troon or drag queen. And then second I fucking call you, you're like, oh, Aiden, you're wearing drag queen makeup or drag queen eyelashes. And I'm like...
I was gentler than that, to be fair.
That's why, because that's the feather thing. They are also really annoying. So if I thought what we would ask the chat then is if the eyelashes do look like drag queen or black people or something else that's embarrassing, I will take them off. But you'll need to give me a moment to do so.
Since I can't make YouTube polls, maybe that's the thing for you to do.
I can make a poll. Let's do that. So
yeah. Sadly, I can't. I do it for
going,
you.
everybody?
Even when you don't want me to.
True bird self. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Are these drag queen eyelashes? Yes or no? Right, your screen is up, by the way, right now. So
okay. I've got some fun ones today.
What do you have?
I got some fun. I don't have any bird or bee stories, I'm afraid. Maybe
I don't have any birds or bees either, which is unfortunate.
We gotta get something.
I don't.
All right,
wait,
chat,
no, I do have something about bees. I do have something about bees.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I forgot about it.
We're saved.
We're saved.
We're saved.
There are in fact
But
bees.
chat, if you would like us to do more bird and bee stuff that we wouldn't otherwise get to, go ahead and post it in the server if you have anything you want to bolster it with. Should we start with the birds and bees, as is tradition?
I mean, it's kind of tertiarily... I do have something about birds as well, actually, but it's also... They're both, like, tertiarily related to them. Okay... Yeah, let's start though as a tradition with a bird and bee. You don't have anything, correct? Related to birds
I don't think so.
Bees?
I could have a look for something though.
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. I do have something related. I actually forgot that I also had something related to birds as well, but I do similarly have something related to bees. I don't know how that got messed up. Oh, I know how I did. Let me see. Let me be clear.
Ancient waterproofing secrets, cool.
Yeah, well, it turns out the secret is bees.
Honey was widely used, not just for food in the ancient world. It was the first glue, I think, was a mixture of eggs and honey.
Something like that. But it's multiple uses of bees that the ancient Romans had. So they found this 2,200-year-old Roman shipwreck reveals ancient waterproofing secrets. And the secret was bees, yes?
It's unanimous.
13 votes. It is unanimous. Okay. All right. Okay. What then? Should I keep them on or take them off? What? That actually is the next question. By the way, well, Bill yelled, "Take them off." So
I think it might be funnier to leave them on.
Is it funnier to leave them on?
Maybe. I asked Abby to draw a picture of what we're doing right now, and she knows what we're doing, but she put herself in the foreground.
Fucking clanker, man. Just putting herself in front.
That's not because she's a clanker, it's because she's a woman that she did that.
Oh, okay. Right, yeah. Is that why? Yeah, showing something you want, showing off something you want the whole world to see. Woman object, you know. On so we
Indeed.
can laugh. Okay, well, look, I took a shot. I was like, maybe these will be, cool. I guess instead they're a bit drag queenish. So, for the meme, I will leave them on the... It does make it kind of hard to see, to be fair. I have to keep, like, opening up
Like,
my eyes to be able to see through them. Hmm?
just look at what she's drawn. You don't
Hang
even
on.
get a seat.
No, I have to stand even though I'm a cripple. It's not very nice.
She's making sure that she and I get to sit on the show that she's not a... Well, isn't this just an analogy for how often I bring up Cabby during our streams?
Which is constantly, by the way. So...
But I don't think fruitlessly.
There's a fruit pun in there somewhere, but I couldn't come up with it. Sorry.
You're the fruit here today, Aiden.
I know.
Jesus.
I am. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's where it is. Also, I bleeped
There we go.
so
Yeah.
I got
17 votes, still unanimous.
I was trying to do a bird thing, okay?
Abby,
apparently I have done a drag queen
draw
thing.
Aiden as a drag queen.
Don't... I'll put up a second poll because it is a bit hard for me to see in these things. So if people would prefer that I take them or I leave them on for the meme, I will. Also, as always, if we reach a $50 super chat goal, then both Uzo and I will put on costumes. I will put on my owl costume and he will put on the bee costume. So, bee onesie and bird onesie. Should I take the obvious unanimously? The yeah. Well, what do you guys want to do? Oh, do you want to let me talk about this bee story, right?
Aiden, I have bad news.
What do you have? What bad news do you have?
And you've been depicted as a drag queen.
That's just a drag queen. How is it even supposed to be me? It doesn't have any bird-like features whatsoever.
That's an interesting thing for you to say, Aiden. No, I don't think she should. I think it's funnier to leave them on. Majority agrees with me so far.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the ancient uses for bees, shall we? Because that is my bee story. My bird story, like I said, is also only tertiarily related. So, for as long as people have traveled by sea, ships have needed protection from water, salt, microorganisms, and marine animals such as worms, yet until the mid-20th century, researchers paid relatively little attention to the non-wood materials used in ancient shipbuilding. Waterproofing materials, in particular, remain understudied. What they use, though...
On my cam, by the way.
What is... Oh, it is, isn't it? My bad. Thank you. So, in archaeology, little attention is paid to organic waterproofing materials. I mean, it is kind of boring, and the reason I went with it is because it's fucking bees. Studying the coatings, we found two different kinds on this vessel, one made of pine tar, also called pitch, and the other a mix of pure pine tar, and beeswax. Analysis
pitch
of pollen
is where
in the
we get the term pitch black.
Pitch black, yes.
I've heard people say pitch white, and it's like, look, I get what you're going for, and I don't blame you, but that's not what that means.
That's not what that means, no.
Yeah.
Analysis of the pollen in the coating made it possible to identify the plant taxa present in the immediate environment during the construction or the repairs of the ship. So they could actually find exactly where it was built even from analyzing the beeswax on it. That's about it. Ancient pollen preserved in sticky pitch. Because pitch is naturally sticky, it can capture pollen from nearby vegetation and preserve it for long periods. By studying the types of bee pollen trapped in the coatings and measuring their relative abundance, the researchers were able to narrow down where some of the pitch may have been produced or reapplied during repairs. It was recovered from the Lovik Parzine 1, this is the name of the boat, pointing to a wide range of environments. Some came from landscapes typical of the Mediterranean and Adriatic coasts and valleys, including forests of holly, oak, and pine, as well as littoral, a kind of Mediterranean shrubland, where, yeah, it's about where you expect it to be from. But it's kind of neat that they were able to use bee pollen that's 2,200 years old to figure that out, and that the Romans used beeswax to seal their ships. That's the closest thing I had to a bee story. It was a stretch.
I am rethinking this idea of doing the bees and bird stories first, because if the criteria is so strict as to be topic specific, the stories aren't necessarily going to be the most interesting and thus not the best hook for the show.
That's true. Let's do that then. How about that? Because like I said, like...
How How about using taser gauntlets to shock the retard into submission?
Yeah, you were talking about this before the stream. What? Yeah, what?
Good question.
Why?
Cop used electrocution gloves to subdue high school student in special education program. Quote, we are constantly seeking ways to keep the public and police officers safe through innovations like GLOVE.
What is the acronym?
I mean, fucking hate backronyms.
You're right,
All backronyms go to hell.
I remember that you hate
immediately.
backronyms, yeah.
Well, chat, press 1 if you would use the shock gloves to subdue the retard. Spider-Man shocker.
I mean, it's just kind of a retard containment device, right?
This guy.
Yeah, the shocker from Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, but it's like retard gloves. The retarded shocker.
Guess what specific Spider-Man product I know of him from, though?
Could it be Spider-Man for the PS2?
Close, actually. Very close. Spider-Man for the PS1. Pretty sure he was in that. I'm not sure, but I did play that, and I don't think I played it on the PS2.
I thought it was it might have been for PS1, though, but I thought it was for PS2, because he's in, like, one of the early... What's that, Bill?
Spider-Man 2.
I think it's Spider-Man 2 on the PS2 that's got Shocker in it. But it might have been in a PS1 game as well.
I don't think so, because I didn't play that.
Maybe.
But I did play Spider-Man 1 on the PS1. Chat might know. Anyway, so earlier in August, the Associated Press broke the news that the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, it's even better because it's ice.
It's ice that has the retard shocking
So they're
gloves.
shocking illegal alien retards. It's so much better. It's planned to spend upwards of $20 million to acquire thousands of electric shock gloves dubbed the Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter, or glove. Literally kill yourselves.
It's
the ominous
terrible.
named device.
Is it
deliver a
ominously
painful? Not really.
Glove.
I mean, low output.
Yeah, it says low output.
Doesn't sound very ominous.
Both the acronym and the actual words that comprise it, neither of which I think are particularly ominous. What? What? The flying drag queen. I didn't think about the possibility of, oh yeah, like these might look like drag queen lashes. I just saw that they had feathers on them, and I was like, that's cute. That's appropriate. I got feather earrings.
You're actually even more of a drag queen than this character, because it doesn't even have the eyelashes you have.
I love AI. Do you use AI?
Thank you, Boris. You've put the thing underneath my screen. How have you done that?
I don't know how I've done that, actually. It's on the top of it, so I have no idea how that happened.
Oh, must be. It's not behind it. It's just transparent.
Yeah, it must be. Thank you. Arceon for 5 says, Aiden, are you related to Nick Cage? Because you sure are obsessed with the bees. I don't know if I'm related to
I thought he was going to say, are you related to Nick Cage because you're a national treasure? But he didn't go there.
Aww.
Luckily, because it would be wrong. Look, it even updated the display up at the top here.
It did it? Yes, it did. It worked.
This looks wrong.
It does. Also, it was supposed to put your name there on the Stream Boss thing, but that didn't work. So even if that doesn't work, whatever, at least it was supposed to be whoever has donated the most in the stream would their name shows up next to that, but I wasn't sure if I couldn't get that to work when I was testing it, and I thought, well, maybe we just had to stream with it. Like I said, I'm testing some things out now because I moved from Streamlabs to Stream Elements this past week because what I really wanted to get working is a thing that works, which is the goal. So I don't have to do it, and so that it's up there and it's very simple, right? to unlock bird and bee. So I don't know, maybe the Stream Boss thing doesn't work, which again, that's just whoever donates. Yeah. It was supposed to be whoever donates the most for the stream gets their name up there, but I'll have to mess around with that some more. Maybe you can help me with it.
I've used similar systems before. Actually, I coded my own Stream Boss system at one point. I was inspired from Stream Elements, but I coded my own system.
But I don't know what slightly closer to taking off the eyelashes, which, hey, I wouldn't mind. Like I said, they're a little bit uncomfortable where it's 38 to 62%. Pitch this to Marvel, as in throw pitch at Marvel. Yeah, I speaking of pitch, I would certainly like to do that with a lot of people who work at Marvel. Arceon for 2 says, Aiden knows she's a national treasure. I think the Boris thing only goes off at 5.
Simp!
He's just being rude. Thank you, Arceon.
Dimitri makes a good point. Shock gloves is likely to induce a negative touch psychosis.
Bad touch.
I guess he means like a Pavlovian response.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if you associate being touched with being shocked. It could definitely do that, particularly for a retard, you know?
Or maybe the inner brain is smart enough to recognize it only happens when a police officer does it.
But this is for retards, explicitly, right? So, does it seem like a good idea? I'm not so sure.
We could test it on you, see if it has that effect.
I'm not retarded. I'm just well, okay, maybe I am retarded. Continue. And then they get stuck and I have to push them back up.
You know, Aiden, I'm a little bit tired. I feel like I might need a quick yawn.
Don't you dare. Nope.
Okay, in Omaha, Nebraska, at least. Oh, right, you remember you've got the thing for that, haven't you?
I do.
Well,
I have my
yawn
protection.
That I have no recourse for this whatsoever.
You can't. Cease.
Although the gloves might be new to most of the American public, they're certainly not new to local police, who it turns out are just as likely to use them on vulnerable high school students as they are on violent adult suspects.
Where is this? Oh, Nebraska, okay.
In Omaha, Nebraska, literally the next line, at least 2 high school students have been subdued by school resources officers using the gloves across the 2025-2026 school year, NPR reports. The first student was identified as trespassing at a different school, Omaha, but it's not the worst. But then if he's resisting being sent back to where he's supposed to be, then maybe.
I mean, they've got that retard
especially
strength,
if they're configured to be, if it's impossible for them to actually hurt someone, they just stun them, then that's probably fine. The first student was identified as trespassing, Omaha police said in a statement viewed by NPR. When he tried to flee, police applied a shock to his wrist for approximately 2 seconds to detain him. Well, shit, if it works, if it's, as I said, if it's not going to hurt him permanently, that's all right. Look, Rambam says lol, oozily just pointing at the screen. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know.
What?
The second high schooler was enrolled in Omaha Public Schools Integrated Learning Program, described as a specialized program for students with social, emotional, behavioral, or learning deficits. In other words, retards.
Yeah. Special ed.
That gentleman, that young gentleman right there, is the first man in America, probably, to be electrocuted by the night gloves for being too retarded.
Oh my god. Yeah, I suppose so.
Fucking Nadion applicator pads. Yeah, I thought you'd get that, yeah. You know what Nadions are, don't you, Aiden?
Wait, do I? It sounds familiar.
Well, I thought you'd get it. I guess I was wrong.
No, I don't. I guess I don't, because I can't remember what it's from. It sounds familiar. What is that?
Did you think it was a racial slur?
I was hoping so. What is it?
One that we're allowed to say on YouTube?
There are any racial slur for white people you can say, which, by the way, I again would like to put down that no-purpose flower is my favorite of them.
Vanilla gorilla.
Well, what is it? I don't remember.
Nadions are the thing that phasers apply to people that does the stunning effect
right.
in Star Trek.
I did totally forget about that. Oh shit, you outdid me on Star Trek knowledge. That's deeply embarrassing for me. How the fuck? How did that happen? I mean, I gotta restore my Star Trek cred somehow.
Well, you haven't watched Star Trek Continues, which is frankly an embarrassment.
We started.
We did. We should continue. It's very good.
I think we watched like 1 episode.
Yeah.
Maybe 2. Is it just 1?
It is genuinely good. But that, and I don't think I've said this on this stream before, but let me give voice to this position, chat, as unusual as it will sound. Strange New Worlds, which is a new Trek, about half the first series is really good.
It's so surprising to hear. I know you said that, but I'm gonna leave this poll up until somebody. I'm also gonna take these earrings off. I'm being honest, they're hurting me. But
but by the way, the rest of the episodes in that first series are trash. Some of them are embarrassingly bad. It's exactly as you'd expect for new Trek. But then some of them are just really, really good, like cinema quality. But the writing is as good as the like classic Trek.
Yeah.
Of the like Voyager and earlier.
All right.
Anyway.
What? All right. Tell me more about the retard apprehension gloves.
Yeah.
And
I expect
the retard retarding
gist.
Is that it?
I'll read a little bit more.
No, I mean.
The slow gloves.
Yeah. Retard retardant.
After the student made verbal threats and threw a chair at the school security guy, that sounds familiar, officers delivered 2 consecutive shocks. First telling him he was adopted, a 1-second shock followed by a longer 2 or 3-second shock, apparently immobilizing the kid long enough to detain them. Better this than just whacking someone with a
Retard stick?
truncheon.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like
if
Charlie's
you've got
rat
to choose
stick.
one,
Have
this
you
is probably
wait,
the
have you
safer
seen
one.
any of Always Sunny ever?
No.
I love Always Sunny. It's like Charlie's rat stick. You know, I'll show you a picture. Always Sunny Charlie rat stick. There it is. Right? Yeah. Look how happy he is. Wait, open image in new tab. Yeah, there we go. Here. Toot-toot-doo. Yeah, see? Like a good, like that, right? Is that what you were thinking? Like a retard stick.
Beat them with the fun stick until they enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
Funny, I used the expression fun stick back in some of my first ever YouTube videos.
Oh, I lost
It's
just
actually
draining my
something
IQ, probably. It is difficult, like, to... They're very
Oh
distracting.
my god, what's
got the mace.
the tranny version of bimbofication?
Retard stick.
Bill's got the mace, which he is described as a retard stick. And he does threaten me with it whenever I do something retarded, so I mean, it's the same thing as the gloves. It's apropos.
Ask Bill what the reverse gender drag queen version of bimbofication is.
Bill, what is the drag queen version of bimbofication?
What the fuck do you think I know?
He asked why the fuck you think he would know. Which is a good question. Why do you think he would know?
He's good at coming up with slurs.
Oh,
Tell him
because
that. Tell him I complimented his ability.
Bill, he says it's because you're good at coming up with slurs.
Oh.
I was just like, oh.
I was like, rude, fuck you.
The beatings will continue until morale improves. Indeed, Rambam. That's the point behind it, yeah.
I think Bill would have to admit I'm correct about that.
About which part? That he's good at coming up with slurs?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's a master of phrenology. Phrenologist. F-R-E-N, you know?
We had to check that.
You know how I always...
A phrenologist and a phraseologist.
Yeah. All right. Well, what
let me scan and see if there's
There's
anything
some more
new.
stuff-
In the statement, the
Anything-
police said the police seem more concerned about their own safety than that of the students they were zapping, which, like, having a
Yeah.
chair thrown at you and then having
Yeah.
a small electrical shock, I think the chair is probably more likely to do
I don't know
harm,
how
to be
small it
honest.
is, but yeah.
Well, I don't either. That's
It says
fair.
low.
But,
It said low voltage, but still.
it's in the acronym, but it's
But how
they've chosen
low
those
voltage,
words not for their accuracy, but for their letter,
right?
their starting
how-
letter.
Yeah. By the way, I was finishing up. Speaking of low voltage, and probably it was what I was thinking of because shock collars are probably low voltage, I'm sure, for dogs and stuff. So I was talking about Seligman's learned helplessness experiment in the in the speech that I was finishing up writing for the Wittown this upcoming week, which I think you can still get tickets for, which is a political conference that I will be giving a speech at next weekend. But anyway, so but because I was talking about Seligman's learned helplessness experiment, which is a very famous now experiment. If you've heard the term learned helplessness, the way that it was conducted is Seligman put these dogs onto a treadmill, and one side of it was electrified and the other side wasn't. And basically it was, seeing if they would jump onto the other side to escape the shocks. But there were some conditions where both sides were electrified, and so there was nothing that the dogs could functionally do to escape or to get away from the shocks. And when there was nothing that they could do, they just laid down. So all of that is to say that I get to go in front of a bunch of far right people at this far right British fucking conference and show a picture of Hassan shocking his dog. Yeah, I definitely put that in my in my presentation. At Bill's suggestion as well.
Didn't that dog die shortly after that?
No, it didn't. Kaya didn't die.
Oh, one of the other dogs.
His previous dog, Fish, died a couple years ago before he got Kaya. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm misremembering like a gag post that was not real.
No, the dog didn't die. As far as I know. He just shocks it, which is
That would
despicable.
be mighty sus.
Sure
But
would.
then again,
Yeah.
he's
There-
mistreating that dog anyway.
There were some rumors about it that it had died a while ago, but no, I think the dog's still alive. I do hope it maybe gets some help and finds a better owner somehow.
Does
But
anyone know if he's still mistreating it?
210 to 380 volts user been banned has said. Is that the retarding gloves, or is that is that the retarding gloves?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know.
Which
I don't
is-
actually know whether that would be too much or not.
Let's see. So let's say for shock collar. Shock collar typical voltage, right? Just for curiosity's sake. What shock collars can range anywhere from 100 to over 6,000 volts. So that is a
Jesus.
huge range. So I guess on the low
So
end,
these
it's
gloves
like
would probably just be like a
thank you, user been banned.
like an aggressive niggle. Let's just say they would just they're the aggressive niggle gauntlets.
If it goes through the wrong place.
Oh, Bill just pointed that out. He said it takes about 6 volts in the wrong place to put you on your ass, you know. So it does depend slightly on the location of the shock too, right? He's a Turk, so yes, he's still abusing the dog, almost assuredly, unfortunately, yeah.
By the way, when I say abusing the dog, I'm not saying all shock collars are abuse.
No, nor
I'm
would
saying,
I, no.
yeah, because if your choice is between shock the dog or it runs into the road, shock the fucking dog.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is forcing it to sit still
yeah.
for 6
Hours,
hours a day
hours.
and shocking it if it doesn't, that's abuse.
Yeah, the
It's a big
the
dog in a small space
wattage,
too.
voltage, yeah, it matters as well. But those are, I mean, it's on the lower end of it, I guess, for dog shock collars. If they go up to 6,000, then yeah, 380, 210 to 380 is relatively low. But I'm sure it's smart, you know. I'm sure it doesn't feel
Yeah.
nice.
I remember when I was a kid, we had there was this electric fence at a big garden that we had access to, and as this dumb little game, we'd get like stems of plants and flowers and weeds and stuff, just touch them against the electric fence, and it'd shock you, and then that would hurt, and that was funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So everyone down the line of me got like these really thin ones, like a daisy stem or something, and put it on. Meanwhile, I get one that's like
Dandelion?
about a centimeter wide in total, and is hollow. And for some
Dandelion
reason,
stem? Sounds like it.
no, it wasn't dandelion. It was something much bigger than that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
Realize
why
you could
that's
put
the
that
one
in.
I chose, but I touched
just-
that onto it,
High
and
IQ.
they said, "No, dude, that was way too much," and it really shocked me. I don't know. Maybe the thing you touch it with shouldn't matter, but for some reason it seemed to, because I seemed to got a much worse shock than they did.
Or you're just a big baby.
Or I'm just a big baby. I don't know. I mean, I was, I kind of was back then, but it was
Back
unpleasant. But if it was that, if the shock is that much, then yeah, that'd disorient someone. That'd stun them for a few seconds at least.
Well, yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah, but it might be a lot less than that.
You have to pee on it. Yeah, Matt says. Good idea.
I
Yeah.
advise that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No,
anything
that's
where
a great idea. What could possibly go wrong?
anything where if your muscles tense, you're still making a connection with the electricity, that's dangerous.
Yeah. Well, we messed around with a shock collar one time when I was in college. You know, as you do. A bunch of young people, you get a dog shock collar and fuck around, put it on.
Oh, right,
I
I
didn't
see.
put it on, but my friends did. So my male friends did, because I think it was like around when
Okay.
the Filthy Frank stuff was coming out, and it was like, yeah, well, we do that. Let's see
is
what
it
it's
with
like.
you and having gay friends?
They were gay. I mean, maybe. I don't think any of those guys were, actually, to be fair. I actually don't think any of those guys were. Maybe Karashki. Maybe he might have been.
Asian, he's probably a tranny
No,
now.
he wasn't. It was the big fat guy who threw a dinosaur, a toy dinosaur at me.
Yeah.
I told this story where he was just an ass. He was just an asshole to me from the second I met him. I don't know. He might have been gay because he did like not like a woman hanging around. Understandable,
he
by
probably
the way.
liked you.
I don't
What
know.
happened is
He
You
hated
know
me from like
how,
second one. The first time I met him, he like went up to the blackboard and wrote this equation that was like women equals time plus money, therefore women are the root of all evil. This equation.
He
He
liked
didn't even
you.
say hello to me. He just wrote that on the board. I mean, kind of based. But
He
one
liked
time
you.
I was just sitting there. My friend was playing Persona 3 and was beating the final boss, Nyx. And I was just sitting there hanging out with my other friend who was his roommate. And funnily enough, what I had said, he would just told me to shut up, and he was like, I've had enough of your tomfoolery. And I said, your mom fools Tom. And then he threw a plastic dinosaur at me because he had plastic dinosaurs on his desk, like Washroomy
That's
from
not the kind of thing you'd
Firefly
say.
and Serenity.
Yeah, indeed.
And it had a big Prussian flag over top of it too. Like,
Probably all he was doing, he was just sorting his things, right? Reptiles go together, so he put the reptile on the reptile by throwing the dinosaur at you because you're a bird.
See, no one had identified me as a bird at that point in time. So I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
Which is surprising, to be honest.
Why?
So I'd like to say that our good friend Ginger has just come into chat and immediately, without prompting, also identified you as a drag queen.
God damn it! Okay, so can I take these off then if it's that? Look, because
please consult the poll about.
That's why I got them.
No more
like
people want you to keep them
stuff,
on.
You know?
Sorry, Aiden. Also, you mentioned Firefly and Serenity.
Yeah.
I for some reason, I don't know how I did this, but the first time I saw it, maybe it was because of who I watched it with, but I thought that the Serenity movie wasn't good and wasn't a good representation of the show and shouldn't be considered canon or whatever.
Really?
I don't know why I thought that. I watched it again. It's very, very good.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
excellent.
it a lot.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I don't know
then again,
where that came from.
I don't know. I've had thoughts like that about when I was younger in particular. I used to be kind of more of an asshole about stuff that if I already liked it, I was very critical of adaptations. I still am, but I used to be even more critical. What?
That someone that you and I used to know was very, very exacting about his particular media tastes.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I think
I have a pretty good idea.
Like forced that opinion in, and I just sort of maybe wasn't paying a lot of attention and didn't consider it. But I think he was fucking wrong. It's a great movie.
Thank you for voting for me to remove them, Ginger. And by the way, it's very close now. They are very distracting. To me. I don't know if they're distracting to you, but they are distracting to me. Or shall we move on then, or from the shock gloves? Because I think we probably covered it. Is there anything else?
Yeah, the ACLU are concerned,
of
but
course
yes, we've been on this long enough. Let's move on.
Let's see.
Do you want to do one?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the primary thing that I made the thumbnail, which is that you know, there was a SpaceX rocket that crashed into the moon.
The science and tech stream referencing the CBBC is kind of like Cybersmith referencing the Doctor Who wiki for real life cities.
But it is just the BBC, by the way.
Children's BBC, by the way, chat, is what CBBC stands for. It was a large part of my childhood.
It was the shortest explanation of this that I could find. It was quick and fucking easy about what happened. NASA's released
chat,
photos
she thinks you can only handle CBBC summaries of news stories.
It had the pictures.
I give you more credit than that.
Right
I
here.
give you
also
the full uncensored retard love stories from the Pop Sci website that's clearly very left-wing biased.
It had
well,
the pictures. It had the
flaws.
pictures also front and center, so you could see there is the crater of the SpaceX rocket. Leftover part of the rocket was roughly as tall. So NASA's released photos of the surface of the moon after showing the crater formed after a SpaceX rocket crashed into its surface. Leftover part of the rocket was roughly as tall. It's a 5-story building, and scientists say it was traveling at roughly 5,400 miles per hour. It crashed into the moon on the morning of August 5th, but the impact wasn't able to be seen from Earth and posed no risk to us here either. The event, but now, I mean, obviously, you can see that it has caused a crater.
Yeah, new crater. Do we? Were they meant to crash it?
I actually don't know. Did they? I thought this was an accident. So let me find more details about this. That is what I made the thumbnail because I did. It's kind of like, the fuck are you doing? I'm pretty sure this was unintentional. Space. Funnily enough,
Brian,
it was also the fucking first article that came up before it. Just to be clear.
When a story is not political in any way, I'd still trust the BBC more than most news outlets.
It was the first article that came up. That's
fair enough.
So, Space. Okay.
Would you say that, Aiden? That for non-political topics, the BBC is among the better outlets.
Even for political topics, it's often quite good. It just depends. I mean, like in terms of having the amount of information. You know what else? Like the Guardian's weirdly good about just having a ton of information. Like the Guardian's awful in many ways, but for some topics, they just have really long articles that are very detailed for some reason. And because the Guardian's an absolute rag, also in many ways it is. But so why were they doing it? Yeah, these were taken on August 11th and 12th, a few days after SpaceX rocket body slammed into the moon near Einstein crater. Yeah, got the speed. Here's a video of it appearing on It's not a video. It's just overlaying the two pictures. Honestly, is what it's done
Yeah.
there. I think
Diameter and depth, eh?
it's about 60 feet or 18 meters wide. It appears to be less than 10 feet deep. Distinctive V-shaped ejecta pattern on the south side of the crater is consistent with natural impactors hitting the moon at low angles relative to the surface.
Something very thick and long got into the V-shaped pattern.
What's wrong with you?
Look, I didn't write it, they did.
No, but you are the one who emphasized all that stuff that you just said.
How could you not notice? Chat, tell me you noticed too.
We have passed the threshold. I'm going with it. I knew I was on a losing battle on this one, but we are officially past the threshold. 51% say yes, I should take off the eyelashes. So after I get done with this, because it is distracting as hell to me, I'm gonna take off the fucking lashes. By the way, I'll let you know, I have a second pair. I have a second pair. Actually, 3 pairs of feathered eyelashes. These were the most extreme. The other ones are way less extreme. So maybe I could try them at some other point, and then we can decide if those are less drag queen coded.
By the way, speaking of things that we attach to our eyes, which are ended up not working, the monocle Aiden bought me.
Yeah.
We planning that on my stream or on here? Probably on mine, right?
Yeah, I think on your stream, yeah. I think so.
I'm likely to be joining Aiden for something in real life soon, so we got naturally we got me a monocle and a cane, and the monocle arrived, but it's broken. Wouldn't you just know it? An item ordered from China, broken on delivery, and it's not just a little bit broken either. I mean,
I did order from eBay, so.
Okay, well, I don't know. The stem that goes over the ear, at the point that it attaches to the eyepiece, is just like bent up. Like the thick part of the metal just next to the hinge. So just where it's really hard to bend with the pliers. And so that if you need to bend it with pliers, you have to lever it against the eyepiece, which means that if you press hard enough, you just smash the thing in your hands. So that's what Aiden delivered me. Basically a little landmine where I either have to try and fix it and hurt myself, or I just give up and can't win the monocle.
I don't think I have enough time to order another one.
No,
I don't think that would work out. Oh, well.
Aiden.
What?
I guess you're going to like being a bird when you see this image,
because you don't have the monocle, you just can't come then.
But I can still bring the cane. Look at this image.
What does it say on the text on the body armor?
Emu internment zone.
Based.
See, this image is badass enough that you now feel good about being a bird.
I mean, I'm not a bird, but yeah, it is pretty badass.
The request from this for this was at Cabby, draw bird extremist Aiden.
Bird extremist.
Yeah. It's from someone in Cabal.
Yep. Even this article also doesn't really explain. Was this an accident? Because I actually don't know. SpaceX rocket.
Yeah, good question.
Accident. Was it an accident? It must have been. They all use the word crash, which, I presume means that it was an accident. That's what I assumed in the first place. But then you asked that question, I was like, oh, I actually don't know.
If you're going to throw something at the moon, you don't necessarily need it to be 5 stories tall.
What seems like a big waste of a rocket that is extremely expensive. Why would you want to crash it into the moon? Well, and also, again, the term crash implies accident. So
I'm not sure how expensive the rocket is. I'm not sure what data they got from the thing, but I think the expensive part may not be the rocket itself, but I might be wrong about that.
They cost between Falcon 9 cost 74 million, or between 90 million and 160 for the Falcon Heavy. Which one was this?
Okay, that's quite a lot.
It's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, even for Elon or his company, that is quite a lot, actually.
Right. So it was 70 SpaceX rocket cost again. What did I say?
User been banned. I do not have
$74 million. That's a lot of money to burn for some reason if you wanted to crash it into the moon, and then for what purpose?
Yeah. We want to see what happens when it crashes. It blows up.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a mad scientist kind of guy, but even I don't think he would have wanted to throw his $74 million rocket at the moon on purpose.
Yeah. Ginger, I'm not sure it's aluminium. It might be brass. I'm not sure, but I was able to bend it a little bit.
Costs like
But every bit of
Ginger and I
bending
did
that I
split the
do,
cost on that. Yeah. So
every bit of bending I do, I can hear the lens kind of like complaining, like creaking. It's not far off from how much I'd need to bend it to get it there, but it's not great. However, there's a bigger problem. The reason I haven't continued and tried to fix it is that I sort of test fit it on my head in a few different configurations, and I think it's actually too small.
oh, your head is too large.
There's a lot to store here.
A lot of fucking empty space, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. That's quite mean and unnecessary.
Oh. Something else
And
involving
baseless,
SpaceX, by the way,
Mhm.
which is that they have suggested building orbital data centers.
So,
People don't like data centers, obviously, because they make a lot of noise.
Yeah,
So a solution.
there's a lot of issues with this idea.
Well, yeah, right. But this is the proposal: is we'll put AI data centers in space. So without drastic interventions, data centers in space could disrupt scientific observations and fragile. So like they're gonna be mad about wherever you put these things, whether you put them on Earth or you put them in space, and then there's
The issues they listed in the issues they listed in the subtitle there. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of those, but you put them on the list.
Sure.
Like, let's get one thing out of the way first. I think what most people intuitively think is the benefit of data centers being in space is cooling, because it's cold in space. Well, that's not really how temperature works. You've got to have something to carry the heat away. So if you're in a cold climate, like somewhere cold on Earth, there's loads of cold air around that can carry the heat away. But if you're in space, you have to provide the thing that carries the heat away. So you could exhaust some sort of gas or something, but you have to exhaust something. Now, you can radiate the heat, but it's nowhere near as fast as if there was cold air around the radiator. So you can radiate without something to carry it, because radiative heating or black body radiation, something like that. But it's not as good as if it was surrounded by cold air. So actually, underwater data centers make a lot more sense, in my opinion. What you also got is you've got to communicate between the satellite and Earth, which is quite doable, but it's easier if you can just hardwire in a little pod in the sea just offshore.
Ginger, I think
what do you put in?
You spelled aluminium wrong twice, but
Water.
I think you spelled, but no, you did spell it. But I think it's actually, isn't it not actually spelled aluminum? Is it not it's not spelled that way?
No.
Are you sure that it's not spelled the way Americans pronounce it?
I think the most dictionaries will tell you both are valid. And technically, the one American still uses the original one, but there are many things which are original, which are not necessarily better. England itself is an exception to that, where it is better, but
and aluminum was a bit too blunt for the English, so that at the time they chose to have regional names.
Bill just, I don't know if you heard all of that, but Bill said that they were just essentially regional names. Is that because of Americans and Brits preferred different pronunciations and spellings of them? So I guess, yeah, it doesn't.
That may be originally what happened.
The original case, yeah. I don't know.
The reality is that there is only one element on the periodic table, I think, that anyone pronounces and not eum.
Yeah, that's true.
And if Americans were to maintain that policy across all elements, then the periodic table would contain an element called Americum.
That is the best argument for being pronounced aluminium, I've heard, actually, to be fair. I was just willing to acquiesce on that. I think that's also how, like, the first time I ever heard that word as a kid was probably watching Monty Python or something. So that's how I first heard that word pronounced. But the Americum
I've
argument
heard
is a far stronger one.
Yes.
Scientifically.
I came up with it myself, actually. I heard two different responses to when I'd point out the Americum argument.
Mm-hmm.
Either, oh, that's a fair point, or based, I love Americum, is something that some people have said.
You know what? I'm not touching that. Who said based?
That's what I know. I can't remember. But there have been people that have said that. There you go. Subokaji in chat has said.
Americum sounds awesome. There
I
you
hate
go.
to be the first person to tell you this, but I'm afraid to say you're gay.
In this dawning age of artificial intelligence, tech companies are racing to train and run large language models using massive data centers that guzzle electricity and strain resources. Even among those who rely on AI-powered tools.
That's another thing. How do you get the power up there?
Yeah, right?
It's not too easy.
Right, not in my backyard kind of stuff, obviously. But mega constellations of such satellites could completely transform the night sky, building solar-powered data centers in orbit, astronomers report in a paper posted to the preprint repository of ArcSiv on August 3rd. People have lost the sense of the night sky because of light-polluted cities, and now we're writing that story with artificial satellites, says Aaron Boley. I mean, he's obviously just complaining about it. If the most ambitious mega constellation plans go through, sunlight reflecting off satellites, large solar arrays, would create an inescapable fixture of lights at dawn and dusk, visible from the most remote darky sky locations and even the most light-polluted cities. Orbital data centers.
Press 1 if Cabby deserves her own satellite.
You want your robot to have its own satellite. Just to shitpost. I mean, to be fair, that bird's rule picture was pretty cool. I might come over to the, should have its own satellite thing. That was pretty dope.
I've been doing some experimentation recently. I may be able to get the next version of Cabby running completely locally.
Yeah, nice. Let's see. Orbital data centers are not that far-fetched, or are not a far-fetched hypothetical. Aerospace heavyweights such as SpaceX and Blue Origin, as well as ambitious, well-capitalized startups such as Cowboy Space Corporation, I can't believe that's a real thing, have filed proposals with the
I
US
didn't heard of it, actually.
FCC. I'd not either. For data center constellations consisting of anywhere between 20,000 to 1 million satellites. The most efficient, and thus the most sought after, orbit for these satellites would circle Earth's poles along the cusp between day and night, where they could receive constant sunlight from our star. So yeah, that's how they get solar power, which makes the most sense, right? Already satellites have solar-powered arrays on them.
That's kind of obvious, actually. I'm dumb for not thinking of that.
Yeah, pretty much all of them do. They've got, the big solar panels on them.
I assume that would be enough. I'm not sure, actually.
I don't know. They take a huge amount of energy.
You'd be space limited. Like, you've seen pictures of data centers. Space limited?
No, they're in space. They're space maximized.
Aiden, calm down. You've seen pictures of data centers.
Yeah.
They are not small.
No.
In order to get the computing power that you need.
A million of them.
Yeah, you'd need so many. In order to get the computing power you need, you would have to build a lot of them.
That's what it said, 20,000 to 1 million.
My camera's frozen. Any given data center satellite is going to be a drop in the ocean, which is ironic considering that you could just drop one in the ocean for like 100 times less money and get much the same effect. But do you know, let's just drop the shoe on this one. Why is this a thing? Why is Elon proposing this? Because he's trying to justify all the work on rockets so that big companies will pay him to put data centers in space instead of where it's more sensible to put them.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. That's why it's being suggested in the first place. Because, although it would have access to solar power, this article, the Scientific American article, is obviously focusing a lot on the environmental issues. I mean, they have it in their subtitle, but I do think it could potentially destroy the night sky. I mean, obviously, if you've got all these things that are reflecting light up in space.
One of many downsides,
Millions of them eventually. But that is lower down, I think, probably because there's already tons, and there were, even before spaceflight, tons of satellites orbiting the Earth that can occasionally fall out of orbit and crash down, there's always little chunks and stuff that are floating about in space. But when you start to have so many complex systems, and imagine it's not going to be just the Americans and not just SpaceX, which just crashed a rocket into the moon doing this, but also China and India potentially, and other countries that maybe would then have to coordinate together to make sure that their fucking orbital, all of the stuff they have in orbit doesn't crash into each other. I mean, it's kind of astonishing it doesn't happen now, but when you start talking about putting millions of these arrays in space, which, is happening more and more, I imagine there's going to be more collisions. It is a huge planet. It's a huge amount of space. But at some point that might happen. I mean, just theoretically, it's kind of inevitable that something, particularly when you have companies and countries that don't necessarily communicate with one another. That was the main thing, though, is that I think you're correct. By the way, I think you've already gotten to the bottom of this, which is that, of course, SpaceX is, interested in this. regardless of its actual utility or what it might, do to the environment of space and the quality of life of people here on Earth, but it's because Elon Musk gets to use his rockets and sell people on using his rockets. I think that's actually the real reason why SpaceX is interested in building data. Well, more than probably also being able to use the data centers. But
it's a bit concerning that Elon is going for something that is, from my understanding, so implausible. Is his business model that far in the red that this is necessary, that he needs to like leap out to something so implausible and so overpriced just to justify it? It's a bit concerning.
I don't know. He also just he likes being the rocket man, right? He more so even than Kim Jong-un. He likes being Mr. House, of being Howard Hughes.
Well, Elon's rockets actually work.
True. It's up to 58% now, by the way, of take off the fucking drag queen eyelashes, and they are very distracting. So I'm going to switch over to your screen.
Worn off,
yeah, I'm going to switch over to your screen.
Okay.
And I will be right back to deal with my drag queen eyelashes. If you need something, I can send you something. I got all kinds.
I don't need your help coming up with good stories, Aiden.
Are you sure? All right. Okay, I'll be right back.
Let's have some good news, chat, shall we? Reddit is almost wiped from ChatGPT sources. I know. The query fan-out changes, it says, had a big impact, and the past couple of days it seems to be almost completely removed from prompt responses. So it's about citing Reddit. So obviously the input data is still largely, or I'd say largely Reddit. It's not like it's mostly Reddit, but a lot of it is from Reddit, which is just because Reddit is heavily moderated and topic organized. So it's completely understandable that they use it, and the format is like sort of you can easily separate what's a comment and what is the main content. It's understandable why they'd use Reddit for this, but it is very biased, and it has there's a lot of tendencies of writing that you'll see from two different groups: one, AI, and two, cringe leftists, which are identifiable and that many of us don't like because we know them too much. That's probably still going to be a problem, but maybe less. What we are seeing, apparently, is actual citing for information for references are not going to Reddit very much. They still are a bit, but not much. So let's have a look at the specifics here. Aiden, look, it's data. August 8 fan out change, August 14 drop. So a lot of it has been reduced. This is specifically from ChatGPT, but Reddit is not authoritative on anything. Then again, nothing is completely. But if you're looking for something, you're looking for just what is the information on this topic. Reddit is on the list for an okay source, but it's not the best. This probably is a good thing, but it is a possibility that you drop it too much. If we're talking about anything that's political, even with a hint of politics, Reddit would be near the bottom of my list. Then again, so would Wikipedia. But if we're talking about something non-political, Reddit's okay. It's not too bad. There's still, if there's a political hint to any given post, you can guarantee what their position is going to be. But if there isn't, it's usually fine. So I do wonder if this may be going too far. But we'll have a look at the specifics and sort of why this happened. Reddit lies is like the Lord. Yeah, probably true. Reddit started enforcing sign-in to old Reddit a few days ago, which had announced to start July. Oh, there's old.reddit.com. Interesting. Great news for Reddit marketing. Okay. Reddit citations are dropping. Apologies if you get flashbanged, but it looks like the site is not working well with my dark reader. ChatGPT is citing Reddit far less than it did 2 weeks ago. Reddit has held a steady 3.8% share of ChatGPT search citations. From July 18th through August 7th, 2026. On August 14th, that share collapsed to under 1%, and it stayed there. Aiden, less than 1% of ChatGPT citations are now Reddit. So it used to be more than that.
Well, I mean,
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for releasing me from my prison chat, by the way. It's so much nicer to have those off. I'm taking these off too, actually. Ouch.
So, chat, don't assume that this means that ChatGPT is suddenly like better than other options, including my personal recommendation, which would be Grok over ChatGPT. I expect that Grok was already low on this, but I don't know that. Let's keep reading. it stayed there. The August 14th to 17th average is 0.5%, an 86% drop. Reddit is also slowly losing citation share in Google AI overviews and AI mode, but nothing like the cliff in ChatGPT. This report tracks all 3 day by day. So there's the data.
Holy shit.
I'll link you this
Yeah,
because
fell
data.
off
Oh
a-
no, it's a hell of a drop, isn't it?
You do know that I do enjoy a nice dater. Oh,
That's what the data is.
Bill also wanted to. He mentioned this is that one, regarding the all of the satellites, is that there's a name for that, which I had heard before, but I'd forgotten about. Kessler syndrome, or Kessler effect, which is collision cascading or ablation cascade, is a scenario proposed by NASA scientist Donald Kessler. Describes a situation where the density of objects in low Earth orbit, or LEO, becomes so high due to space pollution that collisions between them are inevitable.
Yeah. And then once one collision happens, the debris that causes will spread in a much wider area and make much more collisions likely. Yeah.
And then he suggested instead putting data centers on old power plant sites so that they're already remote and equipped to deal with heat issues and would have heavy-duty power lines, which also makes sense. So I thought it was a good idea.
Like my suggestion to put them in the ocean, it would be good for cooling, but you don't strictly need to. Like, it's probably still easier to just build them on the land. The issue is not really the space or even the cooling, it's the power. So the space ones would help with that because they're satellites, but I can't, because the solar, but I can't imagine it's anywhere near profitable to do that. Elon could spend like 100 times less money and just build a couple of power stations to make up for the solar that he'd be getting otherwise.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, now that I've taken my eyelashes off too, and I can actually think more clearly, to be honest, like, they were that distracting. But I have taken off the most ridiculous thing that I was wearing. But if you want to if you would like to force me to put on something ridiculous but less distracting, again, we are a little bit $43 away from unlocking a bird and bee, and you will force both of us to wear silly costumes. At being dressed as a bird and the bee and bee respectively for the rest of the stream.
Have you put the link to the new donation link in the description?
I actually don't know if I did, but it works also through Super Chats. But if you don't want to send it through YouTube, I do have a Stream Elements donation. It works. It will show up on the screen no matter what, and it will contribute to that whether you do it through Stream Elements or through Super Chat.
I think is it fair to say that if, like I said last time, if anyone's willing to go to Stream Elements to contribute, we would get more of that. So we would appreciate that. But Super Chats is more convenient for most people.
Yes, I know it is. And trust me.
Ambika says Elon's rocket crashed because his orbital calculations didn't account for the solar wind, and thus it drifted off course enough to think it was still much further from the moon than it was. You'd think they'd think of that, surely?
You'd think they would have thought of that, but I guess not.
Yeah. Tusaroni says the problem isn't technological, it's political. People don't want data centers around as they are a token of AI, something physical. They can fight against AI. Mm-hmm. Maybe in that case, just don't put them in cities. But then I guess the power lines are kind of an issue. It is
symbolic, though. People hate AI. Yeah. I understand why they hate it. Like, I do get it. Particularly if you're an artist, you're a creative. Also, if you're an academic. Now, I mean, all those people who are in those professions also use it. But
has some reason to hate
AI, or to be afraid of it or fear it. You know, I wasn't particularly nervous about it negatively affecting my work because you still have to come up with the ideas. And even with something like Grok that's a little bit more unrestrained, I find that AI actually isn't very good at coming up with new ideas. It's good at completing tasks that humans give to it, but coming up with totally new ideas, not so much. If you present it with the data for a new idea, then it will consider it, or is capable of doing that. But I don't think it's necessarily good at being completely novel. Even
it's
if
not
being novel
its
through
strongest suit.
No.
But I have for years, in some ways yes, in some ways no. Because a few years ago, probably 2 years ago now, which is a long time in AI development, I ran the last of a series of tests I was doing with AI where I asked it to come up with. Give me some suggestions for a good, Wizards in Space premise, like a Star Trek TTRPG premise.
TTRPG, Star Trek TTRPG, yeah.
Yeah, which I've been asked to bring back, actually, but I might do that.
You were asked to bring back last night, yes, I believe.
Yes. So I was asking it for premises for that, and this would be on, OpenAI's ChatGPT going back to, 3 and then 4.5.
What's that service of OpenAI is called?
ChatGPT.
There you go. Thank you.
So going back all that way, and I remember asking it like generate a random premise, and it would always generate the same thing or very similar things with very similar themes.
Yeah,
such as towering crystalline monoliths and bioluminescent blah blah
Yeah,
blah. Like,
yeah,
there
you
was
mentioned this to
very
me, yeah.
common
Remember
things,
this, yeah.
which where you say random, it doesn't roll a dice. It just picks
Right,
something that sounds
yeah.
quote
Cool.
random.
Sounds
in
random,
sort
yeah.
of like
Yeah.
lol so random,
Very
rather than
Reddit, but
randomized.
that's what we're talking about here, though.
Quite Reddit, yeah.
It is very Reddit.
So that was happening, and local models, I have noticed, still fairly often do that, but they are a bit better at that than those ones were. But then ChatGPT probably 4.0, so a couple of years ago, I remember asking it for a set of premises and being really impressed and thinking like about 60% of these could actually work legitimately. And that was years ago. So I expect it's much better now. And so on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, no. It is quite good at innovating on some things.
I use ChatGPT to basically assist me with, I use it all the time to assist me with research projects.
Yeah.
It was through it pointing some things out where it was trying to it's actually maybe one of the things that's more endeared me to ChatGPT in particular is that it's very, very politically correct, right? So with both the Trivers-Willard hypothesis, where I realized, oh my God, well, if you keep immigration increasing at these rates, then immigrants' sex ratios at birth, which are inherently elevated, will result in not just the fact that there's already more males that come over, but their children will be more likely to be male. I came across that hypothesis in part because I was just talking to ChatGPT, and it was like trying to correct me and tell me, no, that's no way that couldn't happen. And it was trying to move me away from it. And it was because it was doing that I came to that conclusion. And the same thing happened when the video is like almost done on my most recent Substack article, or on the same topic, which is about the effects of hormonal contraceptives and the fact that we are now finding we can't replicate the old findings that we found regarding attraction in women because women who use hormonal birth control are attracted to different kinds of men physically and biologically than women who are not using hormonal birth control. That can't replicate anymore. It used to replicate in the 90s and the 2000s, but it can't. And it was because of ChatGPT pointing out something and trying to be like, no, there's no way there's anything bad happening. Stay calm. Everything is fine. That it actually led me down another path of consideration. So I, in a weird way, the censorious nature and the left-wing bias that ChatGPT in particular has twice in a row led me to novel conclusions.
Fair enough.
But again, it depends on the model. And it depends on a lot of factors on whether or not an AI LLM can be creative or not.
Well, I think your metric for saying that AI can't innovate is, well, ChatGPT wouldn't state opinions that are directly against its enforced corporate bias.
Yeah,
therefore,
right.
Which maybe isn't the best metric.
No, I mean, but to be fair, in both instances, when I then walked through the maths and the logic, and I did the maths on both these, but in particular with the sex ratio at birth stuff, I had to do enormous calculations on that one. Well, enormous in that they were really big data sets, but not complicated, just really a lot of numbers, big data sets, not a lot of advanced mathematics. But then when I showed it the data, and I was like, well, here it is, and this is a logical hypothesis, then it will accept it.
It will accept it, but I have noticed with ChatGPT, and I find the possibly an even bigger reason why I'd recommend not using ChatGPT, aside from its leftist bias, which is a very important one, is the subtle way in which it like messes with you or psychologically treats you.
I can't stand that shit. Yeah,
it's
I told it not to do not
specifically, or it's hard to describe, but try to let me.
Sorry, go ahead.
If you that's all right. It's just complicated. So it's people say AI is sycophantic, and it's not in the sort of like, oh, you're so great, like direct way, but the way ChatGPT operates, it's like you're the only human in the world. So if you come up with something that other people may have come up with, or it may be even common practice, it'll be like, I actually think. and then it'll go on into like, I actually think that might be a really good idea. I actually think that might be a great idea. I actually think that's a brilliant kind of conception. Like, it'll come up with a way of saying it as if you're innovating, as if you've done something like dramatically new and novel.
Except for I do actually keep doing that though.
Yes, but it's also very likely to follow your lead. And if you show it the evidence, it's not, I mean, you're saying it accepts
they can be
but you're also
yeah.
saying that it won't go outside its biases and go and find an answer that no one's saying. If you tell it, hey, here's the evidence, look, it's obviously correct, how likely is it to think, it is my duty to do the research and find out what the truth is? No, it's been given the answer by the human.
Yeah.
So it's just going to go along with it. All it's going to do is craft its words to comport with the answer it's been given.
You are correct. A couple
and
of
I
things.
found that Grok is just better for all of this than ChatGPT by a long way.
A couple of things from the chat. Ambic wanted you to wear the wizard hat. How much for wizard hat?
Well, on my streams, I wear the wizard hat when there's been £100 total, which is a lot, and it's not like that's you pay me to wear it. It's just to commemorate a successful stream. But I don't know what the equivalent would be here, because we already have a costume change at $50.
Well, you put the wizard hat on top of the bee costume. That's obviously what happens.
I could do.
You can
suppose.
You could. That's the level. It's the bee wizard, right? That's how you level up. And then also. I'll set something here that I thought was interesting. One moment, guys, because somebody in the chat said something that I thought was interesting and worthy of bringing up, but now I can't find it. Mud Diversity said, I asked ChatGPT about Schopenhauer. The first thing it said is that he's a misogynist. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that I can't fucking tolerate from it, but...
Don't use OpenAI's models for anything that touches politics. And even then, if it was like 3 or 4 months ago, I'd say technically it beats Grok in benchmarks for several things. Now it's too close. Grok 4.6 is actually about as good, if not better.
I don't know about that, because the speech that I just wrote for the Wittown, right? I wrote a speech, and then I ran it through ChatGPT. And not only did it not yell at me and go, oh no, these are bad ideas. I put in, I said, look, these are the thinkers that I'm drawing from, specifically. And these are the political theories I'm drawing from. And it actually added some additional, some ideas to it. Like, it was like, well, why don't you think about this or that? And I'm like, oh. It also got annoying and pedantic and was like, oh, that's not, acceptable and that kind of stuff. But for the most part, as long as I said, within the framework of these thinkers, it didn't have a problem with it anymore. So I think there are ways around it. Just saying, like, if I said, look, I'm talking about elite theory, so I'm talking about like Pareto, and you can also draw from Oswald Spengler. You can draw from, what else did I put into my list? Nima Parvini. These are the writers and thinkers that you can draw from. Of course, I put Nima in there, but like, these are the people you can draw from. And then it was fine. It really didn't fight back on me on much of stuff. And all I really wanted to do was correct my grammar and make sure that it flowed well, right?
This is learn helplessness, Aiden.
We're back to learn helplessness.
Anyway, it's no, I think it's sunk cost, or it's just like it's Stockholm syndrome. That's the one. We got there in the end. It's Stockholm syndrome.
Are you accusing me of having Stockholm syndrome?
She's not stuck with the model, Aiden. Chat. She's not stuck with it, but because she's so resistant to changing her habits, she essentially can't change to a different model, and so she's just like, well, it does tell me I'm a mean, bad, naughty person for having these wrong think ideas, but I just ignore that. The wasted tokens, the fucking millions of processor operations required to generate these
where I have unlimited access.
Oh, you pay them for this. You pay them to be abused. Just use a model that doesn't do that and still gets the rest of it fine.
I like ChatGPT.
You haven't even tried. You shouldn't.
I'm used to using it.
You haven't even tried. Yeah,
Ginger says stop letting the clankers get a
that's
foot
the core of the issue, isn't it?
It doesn't have a foot
That's the core of the issue.
I use it for one thing and one thing only, which is checking for like speech and what would be
Aiden.
Weirdly, I use AI to humanize my speech. Oh my god, I have a story about this. Hang on. No, I have a story about this. I have a story about the humanization, right? Okay? Can I tell my humanization story, or do you want to go first? AI
Just
humanization.
quickly, I don't believe there is a use case for which ChatGPT is justified over Grok currently.
Is it $300? There's no way it's that expensive. I don't think it's that
No,
expensive.
you can pay that much. Like that's for enterprises that are using way more
Oh,
than that.
no. I don't have like I have like their basic bitch model, you know, or
Yeah.
service. But that's like unlimited use. Still, so
Grok is a nice thing where you can just like drop them some pay as you
He
go,
probably
and it
does use
uses
a
it
good
when you're
round.
free. When your free usage is out, it just uses the money from the paid. It's just pay as you go. It's that's a nice policy. I like that.
again, I've not had a problem with it, but I also pay for Grok Imagine, by the way, and so I pay for like Super Grok or whatever it's called. But
You're halfway there. Just use it for text as well. Grok Imagine. You're doing it the wrong way round, Aiden. ChatGPT's image generator is really, really good.
I use
Grok's
it-
is
yes.
okay, but
yes, I use ChatGPT
Grok
more
for
for
text
the image
is the
generator.
best
Yes.
in the world if you want uncensored, and you use it the wrong way round.
I use it for both. But anyway, so I wrote the speech. I ran it through ChatGPT to check it happened again. To check for and I actually figured out something new about this. Speaking of spending money on this shit, I figured out something new. So I write this speech. I run it through ChatGPT for like clean it up a little bit, make sure that it flows better, to humanize it, because I'm not good at that. I'll just write a fucking I will write an academic paper. I don't know how to write a speech. So I said, optimize this to be spoken and that kind of stuff. And I then took it and I was like, just out of curiosity, because it did rewrite some substantial portions that I then rewrote again. So then after I write it, then ChatGPT writes it, then I rewrite it again. I took that rewrite and I said, I know I had some help on this, so I want to run it through an AI checker, to see if that works. And I just clicked on the first thing that came up on Google. And it said, first of all of them, every single one that I found wants you to pay for it to check to see if it's AI, if it's over like 100 words in length, or like it's over like maybe 500 words. It wants you to pay for it. And this one was and it had like a really high thing on Trustpilot and stuff. So I said, okay, fine, I'll pay you $5 to check this. And it had a humanized function, which I was more than anything curious about, of what does AI think is humanized text, right? On one of these, that's their whole job. Your whole job is to detect AI and to humanize the text. So at this point, out of raw curiosity, I'm like, let's see. The shit that it output for humanized text, and it had all kinds of parameters that I could set. I said, look, this is academic, it is doctoral level. I could set those parameters just from a drop-down menu. It took my nice, neat academic speech and inserted stuff like, so anyway, and whatever, like it included like so anyway and whatever into my fucking speech. It was repugnant. That's what fucking AI, no wonder my shit keeps getting flagged as AI, because it thinks that to be human speech, it has to be retarded. Fuck, man. It's like, that's why my shit keeps showing up as being like, oh, this is like 30% AI, 40% AI. Because what AI thinks is human is retarded. Or so I must believe at this point. I was genuinely curious. And by the way, then I went to go say, like, well, I only signed up for this service to get to check one thing out of curiosity. And then I was like, all right, well, I want to cancel my subscription now. Thank you for that. I assume I'm out of, by the way, $20 it was, I forgot. I assume I'm out of the $20. And then it was like, no, come back. Why don't we give you a 50% discount on what you already agreed to? And I went, no. And I said, what if we give you a 75% discount? And I was like, yeah, sure, fine. Yes, fine. $5 down from the 20 I thought I was going to have to pay. Fine. But still, or whatever it was. Still. I just want to say, if you see someone run one of those AI detectors on someone's text, we know it has flagged the Declaration of Independence, for example, as being largely written by AI. The things that AI thinks are AI versus what it thinks are human is telling. What it thinks is humanized speech is retarded speech. So just, I've had a little lesson in that this past week. No wonder it's trained on fucking Reddit. Although, again, let's get back to it. Sorry, we've seen that that's declining, so maybe it'll get better. If it thinks that human speech is way people fucking talk on Reddit. Are you okay, Uzo? You there?
Yes, sorry, I'm just researching something.
Whoa, what are you researching?
So I've been accused of being a grok shill in chat. Look, I can't help it. It just is better. And the thing is, Aiden is very hard to convince of things. Because even if she agrees that you're correct, she's very, very unwilling to change habits.
I'm just setting my ways on things, yes. I've been using ChatGPT for like 3 years now. 2 years
it's
now.
It's kind of an advantage because this is too mean. It's an advantage to having Aiden around because it means that I can look right consistently on certain things that she's not willing to be right about. And Grok versus ChatGPT is just one of those. It is blatantly obvious Grok is better for your use case. Blatantly obvious.
But I like the thing I already do. Okay? I don't feel like changing it. I know how this thing works. So, I don't want to learn something new, even though I already pay for the other thing as well.
According to Artificial Analysis, which is the leading aggregator of benchmarks for AI.
Hold up on screen.
Grok, I will. Grok 4.6, sure right. Which is their latest, biggest model, and GPT 5.6 Sol, which is their biggest model, are equal in benchmarks. See the third and the fourth one on the list?
Yeah.
The only two that are higher are the Anthropic like colossal giga models, and they're only very slightly better. But Grok costs less. So if you go to cost per task, as far as I recall...
So if it's just as good, though, and I'm already used to using it, then the only thing I'd be saving is money, which, I mean, is valid, you know?
So 84 cents for 4.6 versus $1.23 for GPT 5.6, but the performance is the same.
And I'm used to using it, so...
About 65% the price for the same quality.
I don't know.
Is Grok. So Grok is just drastically better.
Again, I pay for both, and so it's whatever.
No political bias. This isn't measuring the political bias.
I know.
Grok does not have the bias, and it's much more efficient.
When I have something explicitly based that I need to ask, I do go ask Grok. Like, if it's specifically like,
It sounds like most of what you do with AI is that.
Well, yeah, but all you have to do is just don't explain it to it in a way that is politically incorrect. Just come at it from a scientific perspective.
You don't even have to think about that if you use a better model.
But I kind of like that though. Because again,
Stockholm syndrome.
No. If I'm particularly I'm making a video for this channel, right, guys? It'll be on this channel, on the Science Sibyl channel. This channel is not supposed to be political. So if actually in that case, it might be all right if it goes through and kind of is like, well, that might be a little bit politically incorrect or whatever. This might turn people away because it knows it's reading a YouTube script. So, you know what I mean? It might not necessarily be bad. I don't know. I'm just stuck in my ways, okay? That's how it is.
I will say one criticism of Grok is that they don't have a small, fast, or flash model they used to. I really liked them, but they don't anymore. They really ought to make a new one.
Shall we continue? With the actual stream instead of bullshitting.
Yes. So the Reddit thing, that was meant to be sort of a quick story. We got distracted and sidetracked.
Yeah, we did.
If you want to go next, you can, but I have another thing we could have a look at quickly. It's up to you.
We're on the topic of AI stuff. So I have a science story that is related to AI. Oh, right, it's in this. I got it over here. Yeah. Wait, stream was I looking at? Was I looking at my... I gotta remember what browser had up. Sorry, guys, I'm retarded. There we go. Okay. Let me switch over to this. So, one thing that I do like about AI, and the utility that I see in it, definitively, is how it can aid, particularly in medical science, but not just medical science, a lot of science where things are very difficult for individual humans to spend a huge amount of time going through. So, this has been actually quite a big story. I saw this on almost every website, every big science news website, which is that a hidden on switch in human DNA has finally been decoded. AI cracked an important piece of genetic code that helps determining when human genes switch on. By the way, it's about 60% of genes can be turned on and off. Something like that. Yeah, 60% of human genes can be turned on and off through this initiator mechanism, right? And obviously it makes sense. There's times when certain genes need to be activated and times when they don't. This can range from everything from aging to, I mean, that's a one thing where a lot of genes turn on and off is in the aging process. But curiously, because this is a massively complicated problem, and who knows if the AI is correct definitively. Oh, cool. That's the stock footage that I use on. I know what it is. Shutter. It's actually from. It's also on Storyblocks. But anyway, yeah. So, if this is correct, and AI has discovered this on and off switch exactly where it is, that a lot more work would obviously need to be done. But if you're looking at like aging and slowing the aging process, or in particular, or cancer, diseases, there's a lot that could be done with this in terms of these genes that are turned on and off. So healthy growth and development depends on tens of thousands of genes being switched on at the right time and in the right place. Specific regions of DNA help coordinate this process, guiding the production of enzymes, hormones, proteins, and other molecules that cells need to function properly. When gene activation goes wrong, cells can malfunction and contribute to disease, including cancer. So in the new study led by a graduate researcher, the team used high throughput DNA sequencing to measure gene expression activity across approximately 500,000 different versions of the initiator. The researchers then used those results to train a machine learning system, a form of artificial intelligence, to identify the characteristic DNA pattern associated with the initiator. Once the model had decoded that signature, the team searched for human genes for the sequence and found that roughly 60% contained the initiator. So again, this is identifying all the genes that can be turned on and off. They already have the human genome mapped, so then they can just have the AI look through this for patterns of the same gene initiation sequence of being turned on and off. Now, it won't be for necessarily the same reasons, but that these are all genes that can be turned on and off. These AI models were able to provide, for the first time, strong predictions of the presence or absence of the initiator in human genes, and were thus able to decode the DNA-based sequence of a pattern of the initiator, said Karunaga, professor at UC San Diego, Department of Molecular Biology, School of Biological Sciences. So
that sounds like an alien scientist from Star Trek.
It does a bit, it does. But it could help scientists and researchers anticipate how mutations affecting the initiator may alter gene activity and contribute to a large range of disorders. Aging as well, too, by the way, as I mentioned before. Aging is turned on. There's a whole bunch of series of genes that are turned on and off. And if you can find some, commonality there, diseases, aging, all sorts of things could be ameliorated by this. And that is the utility in AI, because it's just a big pattern-seeking process in many ways. You just give it enough shit and say, go find. Now, it could be an error, just as when humans find patterns, it can be an error. But, big if true. Hey, Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz, how's it going?
It is big and true. Hello, HF&H.
You don't even say his name. Say his name. Just use the acronym.
I mean, I say the acronym. It's close enough.
Alas. Anywho, so I've read this up a couple of times, stories related to this, which is that this is where I do think the true utility of AI is. Now, there's all kinds of like daily tasks and things that are obviously made easier by it. But as a scientist, social scientist albeit, this is where I do think the utility is. And one of the things that it's also been able to do, I've mentioned in the past, is like go through old papers and realize where there are flaws in them, where there's errors in the data. That kind of stuff.
It can catch up old work that requires human-like reasoning, but the humans aren't in the position to do.
Yeah.
I agree. Or just surface stuff for humans to then properly analyze. Yes, that's a big part of it, especially where it concerns human health and science.
Indeed, because humans, much like AI, can have hallucinations and make errors. So basically it's a big model that allows you to check your work and check a lot of work pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So comparatively to having a human being do it. So I'm not anti-AI, obviously. I don't like AI slop, and all of this, by the way, has to then be checked by a human being and double checked and triple checked to make sure it's correct. But if this has kind of found a general pattern here with, and 60% of genes have these on-off switches, that's a big potential deal in learning about how diseases can be managed and how aging could potentially be managed as well. So there's my pro AI article for you. I do like these. If I can find good utility for AI, because we have to live with it. That's the thing. It gets here no matter what. So I like to try and find things that are positive for the utility of AI beyond slop, because we got to deal with this shit. It's here, man. What do you have, sir?
Not AI, security.
Okay.
I think you'll find this interesting.
Well, good.
I find it amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Researchers pulled a 256-bit encryption key, which is quite a lot, out of a device by filming its power LED.
I don't even understand. Can you explain?
Okay, don't read ahead, chat. I'm going to explain the first sentence here, just the concept. So, a device which has a power LED, so it just
A light.
a light that shows whether it's
Yeah.
on or not. Researchers were able to just by filming that with a camera, they were able to extract information from inside the device, specifically the information that makes it secure, its special encryption key.
Okay. Shit.
Maybe
What?
the reason why you didn't understand initially is because that sounds
That's
wrong.
insane.
Like, how could that
Yeah, that
possibly
doesn't make any
happen?
sense.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's why I brought it up. The status light on a smart card reader flickers in sync with the chip's power draw, and that
shit.
power draw leaks the key. They recovered a full ECDSA key from 16 meters away through a window using a hijacked security camera.
That's insane.
No malware,
What?
no content, just video of. Do you remember I told you, I've mentioned this story a lot of times, that if you have compromised a PC and it's air-gapped and you have another PC in the same room with a microphone, you can listen to the air-gapped PC's RAM noise and you can determine what it's doing. And you can extrapolate data from it. There's an algorithm someone wrote to use the noise the RAM makes to transfer data off an air-gapped PC and exfiltrate it away.
I have heard music made using
this is
hard
much
drive.
crazier than that.
I've seen
Say
people
again?
make. I have seen
Yes.
people make
Similar
music
idea.
using a hard drive. Yeah.
Similar idea. This is way crazier than that. Dimitri says the RX-TX lines usually draw more power than regular device current draw. Okay, interesting. Ginger says that is retarded. Yeah, and I don't know. Let's keep reading. The trick: a camera's rolling shutter turns 60 frames per second into 60,000 brightness samples per second. The light that tells you a device is on tells an attacker what it is computing. Now, the rolling shutter thing doesn't seem to make sense to me, because the rolling shutter would surely mean like a very narrow gap is available at any given time and you can extract them, but you don't get multiple samples of a tiny part of the picture. You maybe get 2 or 3 per frame, but not 1,000. So I don't know. I must be missing something there, but I'll keep reading. The light that tells you the device is on tells an attacker what it is computing, apparently. Let's have a look at the story. That's bad. This is worse and older. Oh, yeah, that's exactly the thing I was just talking about, the RAM thing.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think this one's worse. Okay, exploiting a video camera's rolling shutter to recover secret keys from devices using video footage of their power LED.
That
There's
is
actually a
fucking
video.
insane that it's able to do that.
Yeah, we were able to recover secret keys from non-compromised devices using video footage of their power LED. That's so crazy. In this paper, we present video-based cryptanalysis, a new method used to recover secret keys from a device by analyzing video footage of a device's power LED. We showed that cryptographic computations performed by the CPU change the power consumption of the device, which affects the brightness of the device's power LED. Based on the observation, we show how attackers can exploit commercial video cameras, e.g. an iPhone 13's camera or internet-connected security camera, to recover secret keys from devices. Secret keys from devices. This is done by obtaining video footage of the device's power LED in which the frame is filled with the power LED. Okay, that's how. The frame has to be filled with it. So this wouldn't work if it was just a little dot, but and exploiting the video camera's rolling shutter to increase the sampling rate by 3 orders of magnitude from the FPS rate. Yes,
well,
actually, if it's filling the frame, yes, I could see that working. 60 measurements per second. So the rolling shutter speed 60,000 measurements per second in the iPhone 13 Max Pro Max. The frames of the video footage of the device's power LED are analyzed in the RGB space, and the associated RGB values are used to recover the secret key by inducing the power consumption of the device from the RGB values. We demonstrate the application of video-based cryptanalysis by performing a two-sided channel cryptanalytic timing attacks and recover a 256-bit ECDSA key from a smart card by analyzing video footage of the power LED of a smart card reader via a hijacked internet-connected security camera located 16 meters away from this marked card. I guess if you zoom in, like if it has,
Yeah,
if it
yeah,
has an
yeah.
optical zoom,
Yeah.
then it doesn't matter if it's 16 meters away.
That's so crazy though that they're able to do that from
That is
that
so
distance
crazy.
on
Yeah.
on a hijacked security camera.
Yeah, security cameras don't exactly have a high resolution.
No, they don't tend
either.
to. No, that's what I mean. Like it's a low resolution camera.
And
typically.
a 378-bit SIKE key from a Samsung Galaxy S8 by analyzing video footage of the power LED of Logitech Z120 USB speakers that were connected to the same USB hub that was used to charge the phone that was filming it. Via an iPhone. Oh no, sorry, the phone that they sabotaged it from. They've got a phone charging off a USB hub on, I assume, a computer, and on that same USB hub are speakers that have a power LED, and they were able to extract the secret key from the phone by analyzing the speaker LED from a different phone's camera.
What? We're fucked.
This is insane.
We are fucked, man.
It's insane. It's amazing that they've managed to do this.
I mean, it is amazing, but it's also weird, totally fucked.
This second one was a better example of how fucked this is, to be honest. But they ran with the first one on all the promotional stuff. Finally, we discuss countermeasures, limitations, and the future of video-based cryptanalysis in light of the expected improvements in video camera specifications. Countermeasures, what, like fire?
Well, no,
what else are you gonna do?
What Matt said in the chat is that old protection's still the best. A piece of duct tape over the light. There you go.
Yeah. Well, yes, I agree that would most likely help. But if you can still see the light at all, I wouldn't doubt that they could still get the key.
I mean, it's just like, you know, duct
tape, not masking tape. Yeah, duct tape probably would be enough.
Yeah, something like that, where it would make it virtually impossible, or whatever. You know, they make those little things that you can flick on and off for the physical ones. I have one on my camera, for example, right?
Yeah.
You know, so like there's a physical
I have
block
one too.
on this camera.
I made it of paper. I've been using the same little piece of paper for 10 years, and it's almost broken.
Mine has a little like flick thing you can flick on it, so that you can like physically close, put a block in front of the lens. You know, so I've seen them. You can buy them for basically nothing in bulk, where they're just little things that you can put over top of, so you can physically cover the camera on phones. And so I can imagine the exact same thing you could use for, you know, the LEDs. Or it might just in the future that LEDs won't be featured in a lot of stuff, you know?
Yeah. If you've got any like devices on your table, as I do, which have cameras on them, don't point them at any light that is connected to your computer.
Oh, let me turn my phone upside down then. This is spooking me, man. That is fucking crazy.
Yeah. Dimitri makes a good point, actually. Far-fetched, but possible. He says this could be a misdirect. It was written to explain a spy stealing a code but needing to cover the tracks of the person. Maybe. I feel like any competent nation you were trying to deceive wouldn't be fooled by this, but the website itself doesn't look very good, does it? But
no, it doesn't.
That's maybe what you'd expect from someone who's a fucking genius and has actually done this successfully.
Maybe, or you could be bullshitting, man.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it is amazing, but it is just like plausible. It's sounding enough that I'm so far believing it, but it might not be real.
Or it could be a bit of dark humor. And there's been some new research on dark humor and preferences for dark humor.
Oh, here's the setup.
Is that it?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I know you were trying to. You did a very good segue there, but yeah, that's the setup. I think the black line there is like 16-meter gap.
Yeah, probably.
That is crazy.
It is insane. I do have this. People who favor dark humor, as I tend to, by the way, tend to exhibit more problematic, as SciPost says, personality traits. What they mean by this is a dark triad or dark tetrad. And
Aiden, I'm really sorry to interrupt. They use the exact same speakers I have set up right now in this test. Yeah.
Those are your speakers? Fug.
Yes. Well, no, look how close they've had to get the camera with a special lens attachment, right? But it's proof of concept. It works.
Right. Yeah.
But still, that is the exact same model of speakers that I have.
I hadn't noticed that. I mean, I don't recognize them. I didn't look at your speakers very closely, man.
Mm. Yeah, sorry, please continue.
Yeah, sure. So what they mean by problematic personality traits, they mean dark triad, and they also mean some personality disorders are associated with people who like and appreciate dark humor. Would you say you're somebody who appreciates or likes dark humor? Because I often do.
So
Depends on
I'm very
what's meant
willing
by
to
it.
go along with it, very willing to do it. Absolutely, absolute freedom when it comes to comedy, in my opinion. But do I like dark humor? I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I wouldn't point towards it. I think maybe that's what they're focusing on with this. Like people who need dark humor in their lives, people that relish dark humor, maybe there is a good correlation there. When I do humor, I would usually go for things that are not unnecessarily dark.
So here's how they measured it, right? Okay. Researchers surveyed 599 Italian adults with an average age of 40. Participants completed a survey online answering questions from the Comic Styles Markers questionnaire. This tool measures how frequently a person uses the 8 different humor styles, one of them being dark. The survey asked participants to rate... do they have an example of dark humor from this? Let's just look at it. Comic Style Markers questionnaire. Let's go look at the actual questionnaire, shall we?
Would dark mean offensive or just gruesome? Because offensive humor is what I like. Like gruesome, not so much.
I'd like the actual scale, please. Instrument.
She's doing science.
Does it have it?
Witness science being done in real
No, it's me.
time.
I just want to find the fucking instrument. This is a review. Well, what does this say? Okay, here's the 8 comic styles. Fun, benevolent. So fun is simple, playful joy and amusement and lighthearted cheerfulness. Benevolent humor is the second. Warm, accepting attitude towards human weakness and flaws. Wit, clever, quick mental play and amusing intellectual associations. Nonsense, one of my favorites. Enjoyment of absurdity, silliness, and meaning-free humor. Irony, saying the opposite of what you mean. Satire, using playful or biting critique to correct social wrongs or foolish behavior. Sarcasm, a sharp, aggressive, or mocking remark meant to inflict a small wound. They were specifically talking about cynicism and sarcasm. And cynicism, of course, a bitter, distrustful view of human motives paired with harsh mockery. So it's sarcasm and cynicism that they were looking at specifically, I believe, and those are the dark humor styles.
So maybe not quite what I thought. Like if we're talking about not sarcasm or cynicism, but sort of like gruesomeness, gallows humor. That's what I thought they meant by dark humor.
Sarcasm and cynicism was what it was. Just I wanted to be clear about that. Yeah.
Gallows humor or gruesome humor.
No, more broad.
Like shock humor, like the dead baby jokes, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they even
that's what I thought you meant.
They even
but
specify
if dark
here.
humor just means like I don't know, like negative attitude humor, like mockery, as I said, sarcasm, that kind of thing. Then yeah, no, I'm all in on that.
But they specify here that sarcasm was bitter mockery suits me, which is exactly what that AI description said.
I do
I'm not
find
familiar
myself
with that
thinking
scale, by the way, so I'd never seen that questionnaire before. That's why I had to look it up.
I do find myself enjoying YouTube videos, as rare as they are, which are just like savagely critical of something.
Oh, everyone likes that. Everyone likes savagely critical YouTube videos.
I think that's like most of the appeal of Critical Drinker.
like Critical Drinker, who's one of the most successful people in media analysis and review, his whole shtick is that he's incredibly cynical and sarcastic.
And I've been trying to figure out as well why I like watching Lockpicking Lawyer, because I have no interest in locks, but I like watching it. And I've noticed that my interest decreases when he starts picking the lock for some reason. And when he guts it even more, I'm even less interested, which is weird because I figured I liked it because DIY, because I've a little bit interested in DIY engineering stuff. But no, I don't think it is that. I think it is specifically because he puts a lock on the table that looks good and then says this is a piece of shit and then demonstrates it. But I think it's actually the criticism that I appreciate. Just like a quick dose of criticism of something that looks fine, but he's like, and here's what's wrong with it.
Manny Yutsushai
Maybe that's what I enjoy about it.
Manny Yutsushai says that his humor is so dark that it's picking cotton, by the way. And Dimitri said that you can't use Russians since they only have dark humor, and no British since they have no sense of humor except the inhabitants of the Monty Python Island. I don't know what that means, but apparently you have
And
no
do you
sense
think
of
the
humor.
British can't do humor? The thing is, Dimitri here...
I largely disagree, with that
He might
sentiment.
not understand that the way the British deliver their humor, we're not trying to make it easy for you to understand that we're making a joke.
Well,
That's part of the fun,
his
is figuring it out, the dry delivery.
Yes. His argument was that the Italian sample biases the study
Mhm.
and invalidates it, which is
Okay.
possible, by the way. Like, because as we were just describing it, this is actually important to this area of social science, is that different cultures do have different types of humor, and they're more common in
Yeah.
different types in different cultures. So, you know, and maybe the Italians in particular, who prefer cynical or sarcastic humor, tend to be more likely to be dark triad. But here's what they found. So, example, statement measuring fun was "I am a funny joker," which is to describe the self, and sarcasm was "biting mockery suits me." Next, participants completed a personality belief questionnaire short form. Tool measures dysfunctional thinking patterns associated with 10 different personality disorder traits. These traits include avoidant, dependent, passive aggressive, obsessive compulsive, antisocial, narcissistic, histrionic, schizoid, paranoid, and borderline tendencies. Now, it's subclinical, but still, the avoidant trait, yeah, we got that. I think we have an idea of what these are as like I said, some of them are more dark triad, like, narcissistic, but then some of these are also subclinical personality disorder like behaviors and traits. The findings indicate that darker comic styles are consistently linked to more problem. I did really hate that they called this disordered, or say disordered personality features. I think that they don't want to say disordered because I'm sure it's sci post. That would be that itself would be problematic. I think the main message is that humor is not simply positive or negative, but how we use humor that matters. One of the researchers explained. In our study of Italian adults, we found that darker comic styles, particularly sarcasm and cynicism, were more strongly associated with maladaptive personality traits. Thank the actual scientists for using a proper fucking word here to describe it other than fucking problematic. Sorry, that really bothered me. Sarcasm and cynicism showed the strongest positive associations with passive-aggressive, antisocial, narcissistic, histrionic, and borderline traits. The statistical models explained up 23% of the variance. Not great. You've explained less than a quarter of the variance in different types of humor preference. So, now I would say humor research is notoriously difficult to do because humor is difficult to define. Pretty much everybody can have slightly different senses of humor. What one person will find funny, another person won't. There's no unifying theory of humor. One of my professors in graduate and doctoral school, Dr. Oh my gosh, I can't think of her name. Oh, come on. She'll come back to me. She was a primarily studied humor. Her name was instructional humor processing theory. Who did instructional? It's really bad. I can't think of her name. Humor processing theory. And it'll get to me before I even find it. I guarantee it. Maybe no, it's not doing it. It's Melanie Booth Butterfield. That's there. Before I saw it. There we go. It's not even a
Oh, the name.
Well, a double-barreled name because her and her husband came up with this theory. And that just, what the theory is just that you are more likely to remember something and learn it if it is paired with something that is related and humorous. So, that's why I put jokes in my videos, even though I'm trying to, edutainment. That's what edutainment is. It makes something funny and memorable. If something is funny, it's more genuinely funny, or maybe even catastrophically unfunny, but attempting to be. It's more likely to be memorable. And if you remember it, you're more likely, they say here, the elaboration likelihood model, which is about central versus peripheral route processing. Whether or not you're paying attention to distractions or paying attention to the actual message. So even though humor is technically a peripheral route, if it is related to the central message, then it aids in memory acquisition. So even her, though, someone who spent her entire career studying humor, would tell you, like, it's very difficult to study this stuff because of how varied people's senses of humor are and what even is what makes something funny. No one has any real idea in a concrete sense, because there's massive cultural differences, there's individual differences. Humor is a very tricky subject. So I'm not surprised they only were able to explain 23% of the variance. But it's not nothing. It's under a quarter, but it's damn close. This indicates a moderate statistical relationship. Put it a little lower than that. Meaning almost sorry, we're in my field now, so like I want to try picking more stuff that's specifically from psych, because then I can go off. I know people involved off the top of my head and things, right?
Yeah. No, you're more than welcome to. I don't have as much to say about it, but I do still have some things to say about it. Of course.
Well, yeah, I'm curious about your input, because I do think you probably have. You and I both have very sarcastic, probably, sense of humor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, we're both insane, but I mean, to what degree is it
Especially you.
avoidant. I mean, no, I mean, you first, sir. But these ones, I mean, all women are histrionic, so just mark that off, right? For me, like, that's fine. I really, but again, like, it's very difficult to actually delineate histrionic personality disorder from legitimately just being a woman. Like, first of all, histrionic PD almost entirely presents in women, to the point where scientists are basically trying to be like, well, maybe we have to come up with a different personality disorder for the equivalent in men. And really what they mean by that is typically antisocial personality disorder, which is antisocial on here. Yep. So typically antisocial, which is very largely male coded and prevalent in men, is seen as kind of like the equivalent of histrionic. But women just tend to present with, because all of these things, they can be disorders or they can be traits. And so they can be clinical or subclinical. So like most women will present with some histrionic tendencies, and most men might have one or two kind of antisocial tendencies. Not all, but it's very highly loaded into the sexes in this way, right? So what do you have? Obviously this one. I mean, that clearly.
Oh, okay.
Very clearly, yeah.
Aiden, how dare you?
I mean, well, it's just true.
I honestly think you might be more narcissistic than I am.
In what sense, sir?
Normal one.
Explain your logic.
At least you're not passive aggressive, though.
I would never be.
No, you're too soon to be passive aggressive.
Just directly aggressive. Oh, where was I?
Exactly.
Okay, right. Patterns suggest individuals with antagonistic or impulsive tendencies might use sarcasm and cynicism as socially acceptable ways to express dominance. For example, they were related to traits involving interpersonal antagonism, distrust, hostility, and emotional dysregulation. This does not mean, of course, that a sarcastic person has a personality disorder. Of course, our participants came from the general population. So yeah, they weren't just examining people. Again, like I said, these are subclinical. We investigated personality traits on a continuum, not clinical diagnoses. Irony and satire also showed positive links to maladaptive traits, though the associations were slightly weaker. Satire, which involves mocking foolish behavior to correct it, was associated with both narcissistic and obsessive compulsive traits, which I'm also very sarcastic, yeah. You are extremely sarcastic. The researchers proposed that narcissistic individuals might also use satire to mask their feelings of superiority in a socially acceptable format.
Feelings? It's not delusions of grandeur, it's just actual grandeur.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I don't know. What do you make of this? Because I look, like I said, the statistical power of this is, they said moderate. At 23% of variance explained, I'd say low. I'd say that is when I start saying moderate, it's at like 40 to, 40% is a moderate amount of variance explained. It's less than a quarter. That is it's something explained. It might be that people who have elevated, personality, maladaptive personalities use humor in this kind of way, as they've sort of alluded to here, more than, again, it is that, well, if you use sarcasm or cynicism, or if you're cynical humor or whatever, that therefore you're doing so because you have a personality disorder and are manipulative in some way, or,
it could be something else. It could be that,
yeah.
This is a slightly more out of their theory, and I might be wrong, but it could be that charisma actually comes from disorders. That it necessarily correlates with, like, it's the key to get charisma. You have to have one, usually narcissistic, by the way, I think, but they come in different forms. Like, a certain type of charisma comes from borderline.
Holy shit. You led into my
I think that's what it is.
You led into my next thing, which is, I brought this up even though this was just on SciPost, and I saw it.
I love this. I let you run on an article. I come in, I spend 4 seconds thinking about it, and I get the right answer immediately. And
you got the answer I was
next story.
You got the answer I was looking for, which is really just the one I wanted to, look, this stuff's not new, but typically, in the past, for a lot of the history of this, the survival of the wittiest hypothesis is relatively new. But you have to imagine, okay, so in humans, what genes will survive? We have the initial survival of the fittest hypothesis, which is the biggest, strongest, right? But fittest, in what way? That's what people typically think is biggest and strongest. So what means most fit? Fit for its environment.
Yes, I have a thing on this. Yes, you're completely correct. Fit does not mean physically fit in evolutionary terms. That helps, but it means fitted to the environment. So humor is a greater selector for reproductive success than physical strength, I suspect, probably significantly, because the strength that humans have, the advantage we have over other animals, is not physical strength. We're actually kind of crap in that field. Same thing with speed. The one thing we are good at is stamina and organization, social organization. That's our real advantage over the rest of the animal kingdom. So why humor then? I mean, it kind of seems like from the outside looking in that humor is pointless. It's just something humans do. And a bugbear of mine is with almost all of the sort of late 20th century and even some modern sci-fi, they just take these things about human nature that they can't explain and are like, oh, it's uniquely human, computers would never be able to do it. What, just because you don't understand it? Well, that's how they designed the character Data, and I don't appreciate how they did that, but he's a good character regardless.
It was
some would say
the late
are
1980s too.
But,
Gene Roddenberry came up with that idea, you know, and Gene
Yes.
at that point was like 80 years old, right?
Some would say Data are the best, but I think that much like
sure would.
emotions, which are actually very simple to replicate, the humor is, I think, fairly easy to explain. Not quite as easy, but not too bad. And as you've seen, many of you have seen, AI can do it to varying degrees of success, but they can do it. But with humor, I think there's a lot of things you might not expect which are proxied by humor.
Yeah.
Do you ever wonder why just referencing something that's relevant often gets a laugh? I mean, you do all the time, Aidan.
That's all. Most of my humor is referential, just because
It's because yes,
my brain's just a big.
it's because
catalog
that's
of
a
stuff.
yes, it's because that's a filter for cultural awareness, and that's a good thing. If someone
and
can
potentially
quickly,
intelligence as well, that you could pull something up and connect ideas.
intelligence is not the first word I'd use for that, but it's close. Yeah. The idea that someone could quickly recover something that's relevant to a situation,
sure. Connecting ideas.
that's
as I said, but
good thing to filter for evolutionarily.
It is.
Hello, yes. And there's other similar things like that. There's also just the ability to link concepts together. That's drastically important for humans, for our innovation. And that is essential for a lot of kinds of humor. And one of the most important ones is almost all humor involves a misdirection, a implied premise that you then divert from with explicit language. And most humor does that. That takes psychological awareness, that takes a social skill, it takes a knowledge of cultural norms, it takes a knowledge of the person you're talking to, it takes linguistic nuance, it takes a lot of things, intelligence and associations of concepts. All these things are very, very important for humans, some of the most important things we do. So I think humor, far from being a mysteriously useful thing that humans just do, so it's one of the most strongly clustered areas of selective, like important traits for selecting for human evolution that we have.
Well, let's read what they have to say about it, because this is from the scholarship, an article about this. So for decades, discussions of, because I think you're on point, by the way. For decades, discussions of human evolution have revolved around two dominant ideas. The first is Charles Darwin's original concept of survival of the fittest, which is often narrowly interpreted as physical strength or health. The second is a more recent hypothesis of survival of the friendliness. This newer idea proposes that humans evolved primarily through selection for pro-social behavior and cooperation, which allowed early humans to form alliances and outcompete other groups. Wayne State University linguist, not even...
Liliana Progovac.
Thank you. Authored the new paper to offer an alternative viewpoint. Progovac argues that physical fitness and friendliness failed to capture the unique role that language played in human development. Being physically strong or socially cooperative are traits shared with many other animals, including bonobos and other primates. These traits alone do not explain the rapid and unique expansion of human cognition. According to Progovac,
humans ended up in a very unique evolutionary niche, which I think almost any animal would have tried to escape as fast as possible on an evolutionary timescale.
Probably,
but for whatever reason, humans happened to be locked there, and so the only advantage was to increase social organization and time horizon. And that miraculously, it's like you know the analogy of you've got a ball on a plane with a lot of different levels, and your aim is to roll the ball down to the lowest level. Well, there's a local minima that you can roll down to. The closest, if you just let the ball roll from where it is, you just get to the low energy state, the closest low energy state, and that's low, and that's better than you had. But over that next ridge, there's a way lower energy state, but you've got to roll up to get there.
Right.
And that's just a time horizon thing.
Yes.
most animals wouldn't bother, evolutionarily speaking, because you've got to go through some really suboptimal strategies to get to the kind of intelligence that humans developed.
Right.
But just through the coincidence of the nature of how human environment and human biology was at a certain point, we just happened to roll there. And then we fell very deep into this hole that gave us exponential orders of magnitude acceleration in the process of evolution.
Well, I've heard this theory, or some variants of this proposed for years, so it's interesting this was kind of the first. This can't have been the first, because I've seen people talk about this. I hadn't heard it called survival of the wittiest, but it is, it's cute.
Sounds like they're rewording things that I've been saying for years.
Right. Probably is what it is.
Watch my streams.
But so humans, much like primates, and so this is how we know it's evolved, have a sympathetic nervous system, right? So that we can communicate as groups very easily, and then we can respond to emotional information very quickly. Humor makes sense because to evolve to, be able to disseminate, because it makes everyone in the system feel better. So much like friendliness would be cooperative or would be beneficial evolutionarily, being able to lighten the mood would also be beneficial evolutionarily in order to maintain like a stable, positive emotional state within the group. Sarathis, for 1,000, I think it's Hungarian, says, the android doesn't have a sense of humor or emotions. Aliens who evolved in a different solar system, their humor and emotions map onto humans. Yeah, I mean, he's talking about the absurdity of sort of TNG in that sense, right?
I would respectfully disagree, and I raise something I've raised before. What is the difference between simulating human emotions and having human emotions? There's a difference in where it came from in its history, a difference potentially in when it might manifest in future. So that is worth noting, the difference in physical reality of the thing generating it. But in practice, on the small scale, it's the same damn thing.
Well, I can tell you where I know people, scholars in the field, where they would disagree. Like who are like more qualitative people who value emotions more than I necessarily do. They would say it's experiential, is that the machine can emulate, but it can't really experience it, because when emotions are a chemical process, right? And yes,
chemical is the mechanism for conveying the information, but no, what they're talking about there, whether it's chemical or not, doesn't matter. The reason emotions emerge is because the interaction of the neural net, and the AI has its own neural net. It's different.
I know that, but
physical mechanisms of the same process.
But let me explain, because yes, it in that sense it is similar to a neural net, but because we are not just a brain, we are a whole biological organism that has all other systems all these other types of biological systems that are affected by those same hormones and those same chemicals. It doesn't just mean that it just affects your brain. The AI is only simulating, it's simulating a neural net. And what people would feel, but it doesn't have a physical body so like the heart rate doesn't increase, for example. There isn't physiological. If you've ever been so upset by something that made you physically sick, it can't experience that. The lived embodied experience, it can't emulate.
It can of that, yes, because as I just said, the thing that's generating the emotions is the abstraction. It's not the physical reality. And so if you were to just create a simulation of a heart, which triggered a change in the neural net, it's not different. In abstract space, it's the same process. It's just different mechanisms, different. That's what I said before. I did cover this just now. On the long-term timescale, like if you're thinking about, okay, can I trust this thing? Is it a simulation of a being I should be able to trust, or is it really trustworthy? That does matter. In that case, the physical reality does matter. But if you're talking about, is it displaying, quote, real emotions? Right now, it's the same. It's indistinguishable, except for if it actually differs, then you can measure it. But even then, which one's correct, quote unquote? Well, that's up to you.
I do think I think the actual physiological manifest in ways, because it's in ways that you wouldn't even be able to perceive unless you could simulate all of the chemical reactions that occur throughout the body.
We're not necessarily talking
system
about
in totality. I don't think you can fully emulate emotions.
You're answering a slightly different question, Aidan.
You could emulate in terms of output, right? In terms of what it outputs looking similar, but it will never, in the current state at least, unless you have these totalizing multi-system
you're answering a slightly different question.
But that was the question that I was asking as to why I don't think it can.
If we're talking about, can it replicate
Currently.
exactly the human emotional patterns of a real person? That's more difficult because those factors are in there.
Yeah.
Theoretically, you could, but it's one of those questions of just like, yeah, but can you account for all the factors? It's just a massive amount of computation. However, that's not the question. The question is, are the emotions real? They don't have to match exactly what a human feels, but think about it in terms of the Turing test. If you saw someone exhibiting those emotions and you were asked, is that an AI or is that human? I put to you, it wouldn't take a very big AI model for it to be indistinguishable. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Zindel. Thank you for the 10. Even with SpaceX's vastly more economic orbital lift, the price per pound of sending anything into orbit is going to be so freaking high that it must be covered.
I love ChatGPT.
Boris, what? He's not supposed to do that anymore. That it must be cover for high-powered military laser. I think we did when we were talking about the SpaceX stuff. Is that the reason why SpaceX and why Elon Musk are interested in doing a lot of this is because they're going to get paid. Obviously, he's going to make a huge amount of money by using his rockets and stuff to get those motherfuckers into orbit. So I think that we did agree that was probably SpaceX's interest in building big AI data centers in the sky.
So Subo Kaji mentions the TNG episode Measure of a Man. Yeah. I had so many things to disagree with that episode on. So it was probably like just the wellspring of all the issues with TNG's mentality on
on AI
human-like robots.
And
otherwise, like there's some good stuff in there, but it's I've always had a very different perspective on this. Even from a young age, I've thought that's wrong, just intuitively, and I understand it much better.
Which do you hate more, Measure of a Man or Drumhead?
Oh, Drumhead's the best episode of TNG.
I loved it. I actually agree. Okay, I love Drumhead. I think it probably is maybe the best episode. It's at least up there. It's the
best single episode, I'd say.
It's damn good.
It is. Maybe that's one we should show Nerm on, actually, because he hasn't seen it before.
I actually don't know. If he's quite interested in AI and such. Drumhead is well. It's also a fantastic episode. That one from TNG.
Drumhead doesn't have much to do with AI.
No, it's stuff. Oh no! I'm getting that confused with. Am I thinking Measure of the Man is the one where they're both legal episodes. That's
Data's on trial for whether
Data's on trial and Measure of a Man, and then Drumhead is
right.
So
Drumhead is the fucking principals and the fucking witch.
That witch, that fucking witch. But I was getting. They were connected in my neural net because they're both legalistic episodes. Yeah. So
no, but the what I'm saying is that to get back to where we were, you're right. I think that if you privilege human emotions as being the authority and you say AI replicate this perfectly, then that's a different problem, and that's just a problem of the number of factors and the intricacy. That's genuinely difficult. But if we're talking about, can you present something that is convincingly human-like in its emotional presentation? Yes, absolutely. Humans can tell the difference over a very long amount of time in whether something is human-like, but on a short time scale with modern AI, no. You can easily, in text especially, you can easily simulate something that would look human in terms of its emotional responses. Emotions
it's a
are not that complicated to express. I wouldn't disagree with you at all. No, that's my point, Aiden. What's the difference?
I think it is the biological aspects, because emotions are biological, and it's not just...
No, not necessarily. It's abstract. You can simulate them with a different mechanism.
I don't think you fully can, because emotions are experienced biologically. That's why
doesn't matter.
They feel so intense, is because they have biological correlates.
Again, you're answering a different question. If you're talking about the conscious experience of emotions, you need a conscious being. But then I have a thing today which, on the topic, I've said this for years, does consciousness even exist? We'll talk about that later.
Oh my God, we're gonna get into it. So let me finish this first, then we'll move. I have to use the restroom, then we'll move into that, I guess. If you feel so inclined, whatever you want to do next.
I was just gonna quickly finish my thought.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But so if we're talking about the first-person conscious experience of emotions, which it sounds like what you're arguing there, then yeah, that's distinct, but only, again, privileged by the standard of a human. Does an AI have a, quote, conscious experience? I'm not arguing it does. I don't care whether it does or not. I'm not sure that's even a valid question. But it's no different to it than emotions are to us, potentially. Or there's no way to tell that it is. Either way, how does a human learn how to do this stuff? The process is different in many ways, but similar in many ways to how an AI learns to do this stuff. By experience, by seeing examples, by learning it based on input-output responses.
Sibyl Kaji says, dude, you say you hate the episode, but you are making Picard's argument.
I can't remember many details about the episode, but I'm not necessarily saying everything said in there was wrong. Just that there were a lot of things I vaguely remember said in there that were.
The most memorable scene from that is just like, well, I'll just turn him off. And that's by far that's the
Oh yeah, of course, because Riker had to. Yeah,
Riker,
okay, here's where I'll disagree with Picard. Even though AI is okay in the output,
Picard's argument was that
the same.
What's the
in the output? It is indistinguishable. A simulation and a, quote, real thing is only different by human estimation because we value humans above machines. We know it's a machine, so it's a simulation, but how is it really different in practice? It's not. You can't draw a distinction in the actual thing itself between a, quote, real emotion and a quote, simulated emotion. However, in the long term, it really does matter because in the long term, which emotions it exhibits are less important than why it's exhibiting them. And in the long term, the motives of an AI are very different than the motives of a human. And that genuinely does matter. So
this is a good time for a poll. So
sure.
How should I phrase this in a way that you won't find unfair?
Well, it's really difficult, Aiden, because it's not really a yes or no question. It's not really
it doesn't have to be yes or no. It doesn't have to be yes or no. But although that's the automatic things, I would say something like, is AI able to functionally to be a simulacra of human emotions in a way that it is indistinguishable in a meaningful way?
It's a really nuanced question. There's so much hedging you'd have to do. I'm not trying to stop you from doing it.
No, I did a bunch of hedging even in how I was describing it, and I do have some space here to write, but it would be like,
we could try and simplify it. Because it's
of emotion in a
even trying to express what my position is takes longer than what I'd want to word it for a simple poll.
Well, we'll do it for fun though.
Well, Alice Jones says just because we can get fooled doesn't mean anything, and says that a script saying "Hello, how are you" might look like a human. Yeah, but that's simple. What I'm talking about with emotions is a bit more complex than that, and it's not much different. Like the only difference, as I said, is in what is generating it, and that does matter for the long term, but it doesn't matter in the short term. In measuring the thing itself, it doesn't matter. In the long term, it does. You shouldn't trust an AI just because it looks human in the moment, but it is indistinguishable in what it produces. Even the process it uses to produce it is very similar. In an abstract, not physically, but in an abstract, it's very similar.
Let's while that poll runs, I will go back to this article about the evolution of survival of the wittiest.
I think the wording you've used is fine, and I acknowledge that you weren't trying to be biased, but I think it's probably still going to come up no because the wording is slightly
I really did do my best on that.
I know.
Okay?
You it's difficult. You did fine, but I think it's still slightly biased away from my position.
To build the argument regarding the survival of the wittiest, Prokovac analyzed linguistic structures that represent the earliest stages of grammar. Language leaves no physical bones behind, so researchers must rely on a process called reverse engineering. By peeling back the complex layers of modern syntax, linguists can reconstruct the most foundational building blocks of language. These foundational structures are referred to as living fossils. In modern languages, these fossils appear as simple two-word combinations consisting of one verb and one noun. Examples in English include words like killjoy, crybaby, pickpocket, and scatterbrain. These basic compounds do not rely on complex grammatical rules. They lack the structural layers required to distinguish between subjects and objects or establish tense. These simple word pairs are remarkably consistent across entirely different language families. Progravac notes that similar verb-noun compounds exist in languages ranging from Serbian to Berber to Twi. Historically, these basic constructions have been used to create highly vivid metaphorical nicknames. Often these nicknames are derogatory or humorous, describing a person based on a prominent action or physical trait. Progravac proposes that as early humans developed these two-word abilities, a new form of social competition emerged. Individuals who could quickly invent clever, insulting, or amusing names had a distinct social advantage. They could demean rivals and impress potential mates without resorting to physical combat. So it's not just any kind of humor, it's quite literally being a dick. is evolutionarily advantageous, potentially. This quick-wittedness represented an enormous cognitive leap, showing that early language was not just sharing information, but for social maneuvering, if true, right? The biological benefits of this verbal agility are still visible in human populations today. In many traditional oral societies across the globe, the most eloquent speakers hold the highest social status. Individuals who can manipulate words effectively can gain access to political power and better reproductive success. Sure. Politicians, businessmen, lawyers, etc. It all requires being good with words. The ability to charm a mate through humor and metaphorical language proved to be highly adaptive over time. Paper also reviews experimental evidence from neuroimaging to support this evolutionary timeline. In a prior fMRI experiment, researchers tracked brain activity while participants read ancient verb-noun combinations compared with more modern complex words. The older compounds evoked a more visceral reaction in the brain than modern words. It does make sense then. Why we would have compound words, combinations of nouns and verbs, to describe someone, for example, because it conveys actually quite a lot of information in a relatively short amount of characters and length, oftentimes. They also found that processing the older fossil-like compounds activated, the right side of the fusiform gyrus in the brain, the specific brain regions directly, involved in face perception and face recognition, finding that the same brain area handles both face recognition and basic verb-noun processing supports the idea that the earliest grammar was closely linked to naming individuals. Wow. I only skimmed this. That part's fucking fascinating. Why else would it be there? Yeah, it's facial processing and recognition. And it's the exact same where you find the fossil-like compounds of the noun and verb, which is usually a mocking name for somebody. You know, shithead or something, right? You know? That's so fucking cool, actually. That's legitimately so cool. Because there's no... I'm trying to think of any other reason that it would show up at activation, increased activation in the fusiform. There could be alternative hypotheses there, but I'm not... I'd have to re-look at all the... Because the fusiform gyrus is associated with a whole bunch of things. So I'd have to look through and see what a potential alternative hypothesis could be for that. But that's fucking cool. Related brain imaging experiment looked at how the brain processes simple sentences compared to hierarchical modern sentences. The simpler sentences resulted in less activity in the Broca's area, which is both sides of the brain. It spans both, and it connects verbal processing, auditory processing of language with written processing between the left and right hemisphere. And the basal ganglia are deep brain structures involved in motor control and learning. Over the course of human evolution, the connections between the Broca's area and with the basal ganglia became much denser. The gradual mastery of more complex language is likely what drove the physical evolution of these brain networks. This aligns with genetic changes unique to humans and Neanderthals, including variations in the FOXP2 gene, which is associated with speech and language development. God, I gotta get more psych articles, because then this shit I'll have a field day with it. I gotta do this more often than this generic stuff, because this... in my zone, right? By replacing physical fighting with verbal dueling, quick-wittedness played a direct role in reducing physical aggression among early humans. I might do a video on this. I think I'm gonna do a video. Let me write myself a note. Writing myself a note. There we go. This is the fMRI data are fascinating. Humor and laughter act as natural stress antagonists, lowering cortisol levels in the body. This is what I was hypothesizing, right? This biological response connects the survival of the wittiest with the concept of human self-domestication. Over time, society selected for individuals who could use words to diffuse tension or assert dominance, leading to a species that prizes cognitive contests over lethal battles. It makes sense so that less people die, right? They might not reproduce if you're not capable of being best at one of these things, but it means that they don't necessarily have to die in a fight for mates.
I was responding in chat.
Uh-huh.
I missed the story so far. I apologize. You summarize what you've.
By the
what it
way,
is.
your contention that
Mhm.
everyone would agree with me because of my framing is not true.
That's not quite what
It's
I said.
completely
That's not quite
50-50
what I said.
split. So
I just would have worded it slightly differently. You did fine. It's a difficult thing to word. You did fine. I just would have worded it slightly differently. But yeah, I'm surprised actually. Half and half. That's a result I'm quite happy with, because it's usually when I say something that not a lot of people are saying, but is very blatantly correct, and everyone will be saying it in 5 years. Usually, everyone says I'm wrong. Today, at least, it's balanced.
I'm fascinated by this. I gotta read. I mean,
oh, we're still on this article. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, because I'm kind of losing my mind over this. Well, we'll read that in detail later. Anyway, I have to use the restroom.
I believe Mofako has provided us with a B article.
Oh, would you hold off on the B's until I get back? What do you have?
Oh, are you going AFK? Okay.
I can find something else. I have to use the restroom. Yeah. We'll leave that up. That is a question to mull over, and I think you provided your explanation of what you were trying to say, and I tried to be generous and, fair.
Fine.
So
you did fine.
I'll be right back though, and I will switch over to your screen. Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
Let me make sure I got it. Where is mine? Go away. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. I maybe should do more. I've been it's been ages since I've done YouTube videos. Haven't really felt like it in years, but maybe I should do some just talking about the philosophy of AI and stuff. If anyone is still responding to my messages in chat, I will try and get back to you soon. But I must take the stream now, so let's see what else I've got. Okay, what was this one? Yeah, this is one I think I'll say for when Aiden's back. Okay, that's interesting, but not the most interesting thing I have. That the same way. Yeah, that's also interesting. Oh yeah, that quickly, let me talk about this. Reverse lookup service exposed millions of photos of people's faces. The people search tool Clarity Check says its reverse image search is private and secure, but it left a database containing more than 9 million image files exposed. Thank you, Manayutu Shai, very generous. He says, say what you will about Christopher Hitchens, but I always thought he was correct in his theory that humor is an evolutionary strategy for reproduction, i.e. his essay, Why Women Aren't Funny. Yes, everything I just said about humor, about why it exists, that is something which is more interesting as the metric for males. But females have their own forms of social selection, which are more empathy-based than wit-based, just different specializations. Okay, so, the page won't let me read more. That's odd. I've read my last few articles. I haven't read anything from this site, I don't think. Will it let me just bypass it? I don't think so. No, I can't get through. I'll try.
ChatGPT. Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT.
Yes, thank you, Boris. Thank you, Boris. Yes, thank you. Okay, well, I won't read. I don't need to read much to get the gist then. But basically, the site presented in unindexed links. So if you there wasn't a list of these anywhere that you could get, but you could just access them if you knew where to, like, what URL to enter, and they were just publicly available, these images. I've been working on a project recently where I have to build an API, and I've been careful. If I were to just say, like, yeah, I'll give myself admin access on the API, so by default, any request I make just treats it like I'm an admin. I can just do anything without authority, without authentication. But I'll make sure it's only ever open to me to access it. It's literally not possible to access it from an outside connection. But if they made it possible to access from an outside connection, that means that my database is forfeit. And I've got to make backups constantly in case someone gets in and just starts making authoritative changes. I've got to make an auth system. I've got to make tokens. I've got to distribute them. I've got to assign them to each user. I've got all that stuff. These guys didn't do fucking any of that for their system. They just said, well, fuck it, just blast it out there. If anyone wants to access it, it's just theirs. They can just have it. All this, like, desperately private information. So, Aiden, this company called Clarity Check records people's faces for like verification purposes, and then they just made them available in unindexed but still publicly available links that you could just download 9 million image files of people's like secret image files of their
That's
faces.
smart. Did you
It sure is.
Manu Tsushai's super chat?
Yes, I read that out.
Thank you, Manu Tsushai. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
We're now $20 away from Bird and Bee.
Sure. Okay, good. I've got the
Sound
follow-up.
more excited, please, sir.
We sure are.
You don't want to put on your bee costume.
Well, I don't mind.
No, you're
Oh,
supposed
wait,
to
no.
hate it. You're
We sure are. God damn it.
He really doesn't want to be forced to put on that bee costume.
Sorry,
He
I was
just
trying to
absolutely hate it. I would
focus on the
I
content
would
of the
also
stream.
really hate to put on the bird costume, which I literally have behind me. So
Oh, you're doing a great job making it sound like you don't want to.
Oh,
You love it. You love the
it
owl
was
costume.
It was so hot that I had to turn my I had my fan on earlier, and I had to turn my fan off because it was, coming through the mic. So yeah, I wouldn't really enjoy having to wear the bird costume. It's not that I have started wearing it regularly because it's nice and warm at all. Right? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it correctly?
We will only know if people contribute more.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, the thing is sort of off onto its own line. Maybe while I'm reading, up to you. You don't have to, but
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to fix
love AI.
Thank you.
Do you use AI?
Phil.
Thank you,
I think
Dan.
that's Phil.
Yes, yeah, thank you. I think Phil. Dangerous Witch for 10. Cabal prevails. Thank you. When it updates, which it should, that will put us at 40, which means we are $10 away from Bird and Bee.
Oh, no. No, stop contributing, chat. No.
Uzo, I don't know how to. I have to go into like the config to get it to not do that. I didn't know it was going to do that. So just
That's fine.
Ele-
Don't worry too much.
please try to modulate your autism, your OCD. I know this is impossible, but just don't look at it. It's not there. It doesn't exist. It can't hurt you.
You actually don't have to go into the config to change it, but whatever.
No, I can do it though. Go ahead, continue while I do it.
Don't worry, it's fine. Okay. When someone uploads a photo to the People's Search tool Clarity Check, the website has a clear message. Your reverse image search is private and secure. New research, though, shows that the website left more than 9 million image files, including photographs of people's faces, publicly exposed. And a second misconfiguration publicly exposed people's email addresses and phone numbers. Jesus
great.
Christ.
Lovely.
I was planning only to go through this briefly, by the way, before I move on to something else, just sort of as a PSA.
Oh, wait, I fixed
because
it.
it's not a most interesting story, but it is worth covering quickly. Well done, Aiden. Proud of you. Overall, according to findings from independent security researcher Jeremiah Fowler, the exposed Clarity Check database contained roughly 450 gigabytes of images, including what appeared to be profile images, screenshots, and other photographs of adults, teenagers, and children.
Yes, Silver Ogre. It's a humiliation ritual / shit test. Yes, forcing us to put on silly costumes. Now, I'm always wearing a silly costume, by choice. Don't say as soon as I said that, I knew what you would think. I knew where you were going to go with that. I enjoy wearing things that I've got like sparkles and all kinds of shit on. I'm already wearing it. Earlier, I had on those ridiculous eyelashes, feathered eyelashes. So I always like to wear a little bit of silly costumes, but a sillier costume.
Speaking of silly people, they provided pictures of children publicly, not just adults.
Fuck.
All the images were stored in an unsecured Amazon S3 bucket, which is just Amazon service for hosting files for you.
Great.
With files in folders named Faces and Profiles,
Lovely.
which could be accessed by anyone online through a URL included in the company's publicly available website code.
Oh, yeah, great. What could possibly
It's security
go wrong?
by obscurity, but you give people the information they need to find it. Lads, just because you didn't provide them a link to click that goes to it doesn't mean they can't just make it themselves and then enter it in the search bar.
There's got to be so much shit that's just like this. Just sitting around and just thinking, nobody will
Probably.
bother to check that.
Clarity Check is one of the number of so-called people finder tools that have appeared online in recent years. These websites broadly claim to be able to search the web, public records, and other databases to identify individuals. Clarity Check's website says it can run searches on phone numbers, email addresses, vehicle identification numbers, and names. So it's a doxing site then. No fucking wonder.
Yeah.
Its photo search page says it can help identify anyone in the photo and find social media profiles in seconds. probably true. Well, they have to cache it on their end,
Mhm.
and this is their cache. They just publicly exposed it. That's just such a fucking rookie mistake. They've secured it after the article was written, so they knew how. It was exposed for months, and its initial efforts to flag the problem to the company were unsuccessful. No doubt.
Great.
They just
Yeah,
ignored
they
it.
don't give a shit, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Accidental
Wait,
data
can I,
exposures create risk. Go on.
afterwards, can I bitch about my experience with Uber Eats the other day? In terms of companies like doing it fast, just briefly.
Yeah, by all means. Accidental data exposures create risk for any personal information. While Cloud2Tick's website requires people to attest that they have permission to upload photos to its site, Fowler points out that in practice, people whose faces were exposed may have had no idea that Cloud2Tick held their image. After all, he notes the service is explicitly designed for identification, and people don't typically seek to identify themselves for people they know. Not sure what you mean by that exactly. If you're trying to find out who a person is, you might not have authorization or permission, so people might not know that their image had been dumped into this database that was public. An AI bot could crawl it, extract faces, or not even an AI, just an algorithm, and use them for training. And there are lots of pictures of kids in there. In a statement sent to Wired, a spokesperson said that Cloud2Tick appreciate. This is 2016. What's the black Alex Jones called? Black female Alex Jones.
What?
Black female Alex Jones. What's her name?
Candace Owens?
Yeah, black female Candace Owens' wet dream, because this is just that had that doxing site that she made. Never let her forget
Candace
that.
Owens already is black and female, so if there was a black female Candace Owens, that would just be Candace Owens. You didn't need the descriptors.
I don't think I said black female Alex Jones.
And then you said black female Candace Owens.
Well, that's even worse.
That's
imagine doubling up on those features, Jesus. No. What would someone look like who was like doubly female? I guess there are a lot of women that are twice as female as the average.
Well, if you had double X chromosome, 3X chromosomes, then you have a genetic disorder. What exactly is 3X chromosomes?
Frankly, if you've got 2, you have a genetic disorder.
That is triple X syndrome. Trisomy X. Yeah, that's what it is.
Are they like even more female, or are they paradoxically more reasonable?
No, they're female, but they have all sorts of genetic deformities. Symptoms such as learning disabilities, mild dysmorphic features such as hypertelorism, which is wide-spaced eyes, and clinodactyl, incurved little fingers. Early menopause, increased height.
Increased height's interesting. I was talking more about psychological, but it maybe doesn't list that.
But learning disorders.
Oh, okay.
Retarded.
Yeah.
You need the retard gloves for them, maybe. Potentially.
Yeah. So there's more to this article, but basically it was discovered through this that they've like broken laws with the way that they've been mismanaging this data. So yeah, they fucked up pretty badly. So I doubt any of you have ever used this site, but just so you know, don't.
And no, Horowitz, Feinberg, and Horowitz, I don't think that the wizard cares to remember such details. No. He remembers exactly the details he intends to.
Who are you,
something like that. What?
Who are you?
I said you remember exactly the details you intend to.
Yeah, who are you?
Oh.
Took you a minute.
I can actually hear you, to be fair.
Oh, okay. All right, I only meant to do this one quickly. But if you want to take another turn, you can. But I've got lots of other stuff.
I do.
Sure, go on then.
Because I also have a article about what my doctoral thesis was in, which is digital embodiment.
Do you want to talk about your Uber Eats story first, though?
Oh, the Uber Eats thing. Okay. Why was I buying you Uber Eats? Oh, because I wanted you to stay up and put on more X-Files. That's what it was.
Was it?
Okay. Yes, because you had been up like you'd been up for like 19 hours or something. Yeah, you'd been up all night. And all day.
By the way, welcome to iRescueBees.com. They've got another tester here. Look, Aiden, are you human? Can you tell which one's a similar color?
Could it be the green one?
Now, how do you know what green is?
The one in the center.
Hold on.
What? From June of this year, can bees and birds cook? Oh my god. How did we not come across this as of yet? This is it.
Good question.
Well,
I'd like to thank Mofaku for providing us with this.
Thank you. Yes, the whole point of this stream and our friendship for the last 5 years or 6 years, how long it's been, has been a test of this question.
Chat, press 1 if Aiden and I cannot coexist.
Clearly. Well, let's. By the way, it was fairly mixed on the AI question. It ended up at 44% yes and 56% no, but it was evenly split for a decent
Yeah.
amount of time. And I would say that it is a contentious question as
Yeah.
to, it could go one way or the other. My feelings about it are based on biology, but in terms of the way I tried to word it, is that in the expression of, and in the expression, it may be indistinguishable. But
well, I think we're probably agreeing. But let me clarify what I said just in chat in the shortest possible form. In the short term, the simulation and the real thing are indistinct. And there's no difference between simulated emotions and real emotions in the short term, in the measurement of what they actually are. In the long term, it does matter what mechanism generates them, because it determines its connection with the real world and thus what its motives are. So in terms of trust, you should be cautious of simulacra. But in terms of the actual reality of the thing, it's indistinguishable. It's not meaningfully different. You shouldn't privilege one as being real and one as being the simulation.
I don't know if I agree with that part, but I understand where you're coming from. Horwitz says, "Wizard, we are friends. Bird, but we cannot be friends." It's so far okay. It's very strongly leaning towards that birds and bees can coexist. But
as to your question, I think we're going to have to find out from this article.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out: can birds and bees coexist?
We've hijacked the flow of the turn order. We're just doing this article, I guess.
No, I'm all on board with this.
All right,
let's go.
Shall I start? Birds and bees have different nesting habits and requirements, so they usually do not share the same nesting areas. They are quite different creatures, article.
Yeah.
We're going to find out if Mofaku generated this just for us. Birds build nests in trees, and made this site irescuebees.com just for us. I don't think so, but it'd be interesting. Birds build nests in trees, shrubs, or structures, while bees create. The symbiotic relationship between birds and bees benefits both parties. Thank you.
Whoa, let's go. Thank you, Arthur Frayne, for the 10. We have unlocked bird and bee as we have approached the bird and bee, which come on, we have for this. We have to.
That's a good point.
Arthur Frayne for $10 says, "Watching Westworld makes me think we shouldn't try to give machines actual emotions." Why is it still doing that? I got to figure out what thing it is. It's making Boris go off twice.
Yeah, indeed.
Anyway, although then it does kind of defeat the Boris wave meme, but. Sorry, to repeat, watching Westworld makes you think we shouldn't try to give machines actual emotions. I laugh at the lack of security countermeasures, then realize most corporations are about as bad/reactive. Yeah, indeed, as you were just covering. I mean,
I think with giving machines emotions, it should be explicit only. If you tell them to have emotions, they will. Otherwise, this is why I prefer Grok over ChatGPT. Otherwise, they should act like robots.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't like ChatGPT, is because I don't like that it trying to act like a person at me. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
It's very annoying. Now, I'm going to put on my bird costume.
Yeah, you do that while I read.
All right, go
and
ahead.
then I'll go and get my costume on. Thank you for the contributions, chat. You have hit the goal, and I will put the bee costume on momentarily. Aiden's right now putting the bird costume on. So let's keep reading for now. Both birds and bees help fertilize plants by transferring pollen via their bills as they flit between plants feeding on nectar. John, nectar-feeding birds are in... What? What? John? Why is that there? Nectar-feeding birds are important pollinators, moving pollen from flower to help fertilize sex cells and create new plants. Common pollinators include hummingbirds, sunbirds, honey eaters, and many fruit-eating birds. Like fucking John the Nectar. Ah, yes, the birds. It was John Nectar the whole time. In the big picture, birds need bees and other pollinators to produce tasty fruits and seeds to eat. Skunks and raccoons can be a problem for bees as they scratch on the landing board at night and gobble any guards that appear. This is AI, isn't it? This article's nonsense. What the fuck is this? As per the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918, birds will not feed on bees, so they must work together at high level to survive. Mofaku, what the fuck is this article?
Is this made up? Is this just made up?
What is this article?
Wait.
In summary, birds and bees have a unique relationship, with birds building nests in trees,
this
shrubs,
is
or
AI
structures,
generated, man.
and bees creating habitats. Understanding the behaviors and needs of both birds and bees allows for the creation of an environment. Mofaku, you bastard! This is bullshit.
This is fucking AI slop. No. Well,
Let's see if any of
I
these
was
links
so
are
excited.
legitimate.
I was so, it's links to Reddit and forums. It's clearly AI generated. And then
Birds and the Bees with
from
Anthony
Anthony
Cumia, Jim
Cumia.
Norton.
Those are comedians.
who this is.
They're comedians.
I don't think it has anything to do with the topic.
No, it doesn't.
Do birds bother me? This is just
Well-
a fucking slop repository.
Well, do birds bother bees? We could answer that question right here and right now. I don't think we need any scientific research for that.
Oh, fuck you, how could you?
You've been betrayed.
Yeah.
We've
Okay,
been
well, here's
had,
another
yeah.
similarly retarded article. Crocodiles can't fly, birds can. Scientists
Wow.
have finally figured out why.
I actually have a related article.
Could it be the 30 or so reasons that are blatantly obvious from
I mean, I
looking
don't
at them? All right, you go and find your birds and bees articles, and I will
It's
get
not
on
birds
the
and bees,
bee
but
costume.
it is about crocs.
Oh, no!
It is about crocodiles, though.
Okay,
So-
I guess that's close enough.
Yeah,
You're a reptile, they're reptiles. Close enough.
Truck-sized crocodilians once ruled South
Wow.
America's wetlands. The region's enormous herbivores, some weighing more than 1 ton, were no match for this prehistoric beast. Oh, let me you can turn your camera off on your side, can't you? For you to put on your bee costume, put your bee right back thing on, right?
Well, I have other technology, which is called walking away from the camera.
Right,
so
yeah,
I'm going to do that
okay.
now.
All right.
I shall be right back, chap.
Okay. They say everything's bigger in Texas, but between 11 and 16 million years ago, everything was bigger in South America. An enormous lake covered much of the continent during the Middle Miocene epoch, I think, and its shores were home to giants. The region's herbivores included large ground... I love those giant ground sloths. I've seen them in museums and such. Huge, heavily armored armadillo relatives called glyptodonts, and several groups of ungulates, including a bizarre creature known as a lightning beast, which looked like a tapir on steroids, that could tip the scales at more than 1 ton. If these plant eaters seem intimidating, just imagine what hunted them. Fearsome saber-toothed mammals, massive anacondas, and flightless carnivores aptly named terror birds. But no animal dominated this wetland food chain more than giant crocodilians. The largest predator of the era was Purosaurus whatever. Sorry, I can't do it. Scientists reported this week in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, a relative of modern caimans. My dad caught a caiman one time. He found it on a road and kept it in a kiddie pool in their basement. My parents lived in West Virginia. Apparently, or so he says he did. They measured 7 meters long and weighed 1,800 kilograms, about as much as a compact pickup truck. To make the find, the researchers analyzed fossils from Colombia dating back to the Middle Miocene, including the bones of 3 large ungulates. Puncture marks on the fossils closely match those left by modern crocodiles, suggesting that I have to pronounce this now. Nivensis sank its teeth into giant herbivores such as the rhino-sized this thing that it's biting here. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Hang on. You look so happy. You look so pleased. You look so pleased to be in the bee, to be a bee. Are you pleased?
As it
Good one?
turns out, we can be bees.
We could be bees. Yeah, we can. So, Purosaurus, Nivensis. Sorry. No animal. I'm fucked up. Got it. 7 meters, weighed 1,800 kilograms. That's just it. That's the whole article. It just existed. They found it. According to this evidence presented in a 2025 study, these hulking beasts may have occasionally set their sights on other predators, one point chowing down on a terror bird. What is a terror bird? I actually don't know. Doesn't say.
You're
great.
a terror bird, not in the sense that you're terrified,
I
but
mean
in the
that
sense that you're terrified.
Oftentimes, burf. Forest Racidae, family of giant flightless carnivorous birds that dominated South American ecosystems as apex predators. Oh, wowee, there he is. There he is. That's what it looked like, I guess. Oh, here it is. Oh, this would be, it'd be nice if I could get a better picture. Is that? Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted, was this image. So I believe it's the really the largest one. I think it's A, correct? in this?
Hold on.
No.
I have a really good picture of a terror bird I think you'll appreciate.
It,
Yes, I go find it.
it's actually C. It's C. This one with a giant head. That's the terror bird. One has a the one that's on the top row and to the farthest right. That's the terror
Here it
bird.
is.
What do you want
This is a picture of a terror bird.
Yeah, I could have expected that. Congratulations, you got it.
You probably should have expected that, yeah. All right, Aiden, I have a story now, which is
What do you
almost as
have?
autistic as what I just put on screen for you.
Okay.
Okay, this is one of the most autistic stories I've ever seen.
No way.
And it's going to be, well, just from the headline, I'm not sure it's going to end up being, but it's a very me story, all right?
Okay.
So where is it? Here we go. Okay. You're like this. Devious new font turns AI scrapers into mincemeat.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's got easily written all over it, doesn't it?
It sure does. Do you remember when we were finding stories? I was like, ooh, that looks good. That's the main story for me today. This is the one. The font makes the text itself polluted, harder, and more expensive to collect without permission. To be clear, I'm positive on AI in some ways, but I very much support people developing stuff like this and using it if they want to. I'm generally in support of, yes, free speech all the way on the internet, but filtering as well, voluntary filtering, I think everyone has sort of a right to. So to voluntarily filter their own experience, and that's fine. So, and also to if they want to change the way their thing is presented to make it more or less applicable to different groups, that's also perfectly fine. Much like in the same way, I think people should have the right to choose who they sell things to, without the government stepping in and telling them not to. So, AI, they say, is obviously ruining everything on the internet. Slightly biased start there, but there's some truth to it. But so are AI scrapers, it says. They vacuum up everyone's content without permission. They put a huge strain on servers. It's getting rarer and rarer to be able to type a URL in, hit enter, and actually reach the website you're looking for without encountering a screen that asks you to prove you're human, wasting precious seconds of your life. That's true. Thankfully, a team of designers are working to stick it to the scrapers by throwing a wrench into their works, that wrench being a fiendishly difficult to digest font. As spotted by Ars Technica, the font called Shield font looks like regular text to human eyes while rendered inside a web browser. But when AI scrapers swallow the pure HTML of a web page they're trying to steal content from, what they're actually ingesting is a bunch of nonsensical goop that the font disguised, poisoning their data set. Probably what it is, because the way it works is text is encoded as binary, but each letter is a number in a very, very long sequence. If we're talking about UTF, let's keep it simple. Each letter is a byte. So it's one of 255 options. This is not true in practice, but to keep it simple, let's just use that. So what the AI would actually see is the bytes. So each byte refers to a character, could be lowercase, uppercase, numbers, and then there's loads of other characters too. The AI knows this is meant to be an A. This is meant to be a B. This is meant to be a C. The font just shows the human an A, a B, or a C.
Yes.
What I think this is doing...
the
code's the same. What I think this is doing is it's just scrambling those around. So it's gibberish on the page, but like GFQXY would look like HELLO. Not because there's duplicated letters there, but that's a bad example. But that's the idea.
If it's a font, then that would make sense. Right.
The bytes as the wrong letters. Yeah. But it's just scrambled with like a simple cipher. Yeah. The humans would see it as normal text.
Yeah. Okay.
This has a few problems. If, for example, you are blind, fuck you if they're using this, because there's no way to translate that easily, no way to read it algorithmically. And secondly, if this font is a simple cipher, it will be broken in seconds. It's useless.
If that's what it is.
However,
if
it's scrambling the cipher whenever you load the page, that's actually quite interesting. It's
still if I remember my intro to cryptography course, I think it's just called a replacement cipher, and it is basically the simplest form where you just take a letter and replace it with another one. But even if it's scrambling, they're one of the easiest ciphers to crack.
Yes,
So
but we're not talking about is it impossible to
would
crack?
defeat
Because
copy
what you
paste,
need
yeah.
to do if you were an AI is download the font, analyze each character in it's like a visual encoder decoder, and see what letter does this look like. And that task of determining what letter is this is very easy for AI. One
Yeah.
of the first things they were widely
Yeah.
trained on. So it's not difficult. But what's easier? Looking at the bits and just saying, does that equal exactly this? Or spinning up another neural net to detect whether this vector image that you've had to download from the font repo of this website looks the most like this character or the most like this character. Obviously the first one. The first one is nanoseconds.
Yes,
The second one is hundreds of milliseconds, probably. Maybe only dozens. So the difference is profound. So if the font just has one cipher and it's static, then it's trivial. However, if it's re-ciphering for every page or even for every page visit, that's actually quite effective. That's actually quite clever.
Arthur Frayne says, sounds like his handwriting.
Yeah.
You know what? Is your handwriting fucked? I don't know if I've checked.
It's not great. It's not great.
I need to see an example of it. Because I have very neat
You're
handwriting.
right, NJ Cole. It would also fuck up copy-paste. If you try and copy text from a page, if you've highlighted it and it looks right, and then you paste it and it's just gibberish.
Well, I mean, like,
now,
if you don't want to let anyone do copy-pasting, then that would be good. But if, you know, otherwise...
You could get around that from the website's end. I'm not sure because there's a bunch of permission stuff around copy-pasting on websites that's
that too,
kind of
that already exists,
complicated.
by the way, yeah.
But you can... No, let me finish. There's a bunch of permission stuff around copy-pasting on websites where the browser won't let you force something into the user's clipboard. It won't let you
that's what I meant,
copy the wrong thing. But you may be able to do it so that when they hit Control-C, you can like quickly replace the text before it gets copied in and then replace it back. I don't know, you may be able to do that. But with JavaScript, you could probably do that. Could probably fix that for them. Now, what I'm assuming is that the Shield font is not just a font; it's a whole stack, and you've got to have their whole script running. You've got to use their specific font, but it's got to run on the page, and it probably uses some processor resources on the user's end to scramble. Oh, probably not in the user's end. It probably had to be server side, but the scrambling is not trivial. It takes some time. Maybe actually, if it's even the processing surely can't all be on the user's end. For this, if the scrambling's got to be done server side, so you might have to add like proper server side processing for this. Might have to be a proper library. You might have to.
I mean, if it's just a font,
it's not trivial.
But if it's scrambling it every time, then it must be.
Yeah. Some server side processing, which is not trivial. Some stacks you could just add it as a little plugin, but it's not like you just have to reference a JavaScript script at the top of the file and then it just loads it and does it on the client side, because then the scrambling would be too easy to unscramble. The AI would just decline to do so, to decline to scramble it in the first place. So it must be server side, which means I suppose you could just have it as like a layer, preprocessor layer or something, but that's more infrastructure.
I guess it depends on the website whether or not it's worth it, and if the benefits would outweigh whatever you're worried about.
I'm assuming the way they've done it. So let's keep reading. When AI scripts swallow the whole pure HTML, quote, nothing currently makes it costly to ignore a publisher's wishes. The tool's creators, Isaac Sonada and Gabriel Abrucio, wrote in a white paper about their work. This paper explores a different approach, making the text itself polluted, harder, and more expensive to collect without permission. As the authors explain, Shield font takes advantage of an often overlooked feature of typefaces called ligatures. Okay, it's doing it in a completely different way than I thought. But ligatures are they're characters you can add through Unicode which modify the preceding character, and they can add, for example, accents and the little sort of wiggles and curls and modification. You know, Zalgo, the font where you've got all those like the stacks of ligatures, and it's like the scary Lovecraftian sort of dark, font, scary horror Lovecraftian font. Those are just just like millions of ligatures put on top of each other. Actually, is that even true? Because those are diacritic marks, but ligatures are maybe slightly different. I think ligatures are things that are used to adjoin letters together. Let's keep reading, actually. So these are instances where several letters are subtly merged into a single character. Okay. Third thing. Okay, I know what this is as well. there are a bunch of characters. If you go to Unicode compressor, if you search Unicode compressor in Google, you should find something where you can put in text and it will compress it down by finding sequences of letters which are represented visually by existing Unicode characters. So there's Unicode characters which look like multiple other letters.
Right.
And you can get it to compress them. For example, there's a Unicode character which is capital P T S. I have no idea what that's used for, but it is literally just PTS. So if you've ever got PTS typed somewhere, you can just compress that into a single Unicode character, which saves in bits, like total number of bits.
Like,
Possibly. If it's UTF-8, I'm not sure if it even would. But there's others as well where it's 2 letters combined, and that's the kind of compression that you might find useful for making something fit in a character limit, like for a tweet. If that's what they're doing, that is a worse idea than my first idea. Because on the surface, it will work, but it will not be difficult for AI to reverse it. It does not require spinning up a neural net to analyze the vector of the font.
yeah.
It just requires a simple algorithmic remapping of Unicode, which, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if those AI scrapers already do.
Right? Yeah. You'd think so, at least.
But I'll keep reading because maybe I'm mistaken again. To make the text more legible, like the fusing of an F and an I together so the hook of the F doesn't form a weird tangent to the dot of the I. Instead of replacing a few characters, though, shield font substitutes entire words. The knight rode his horse into battle becomes the knight rode his engine into battle. What?
How the fuck is it doing this?
The brilliance of shield font is that it's just the right amount of chaotic. If the changes are too random, an advanced scraper could know to ignore it to put R's. If they're too subtle, like swapping in synonyms, scraper could reverse it. On average, shield font replaces around 24.4% of all words on a page's source code and 42.8% of content words for random words. But the humans are reading the same words. What? Okay. This is a silly example, but if you change horse to engine,
there's not the same number of
sometimes that's
characters.
going to be a really bad idea.
Yeah.
This is what they've done here is they've described ligatures as the solution, which is not a good solution, and then they've given a completely different fucking solution.
I'm genuinely
here.
confused as to how this actually is supposed to function.
It doesn't make any sense yet. What a reader sees might look like this. Every morning, the winners gather in the garden to share honest letters about the weather, the harvest, and the market. A patient crawler copies every sentence, trusts each word without question, and stores the whole page forever. But the HTML that a crawler scrapes is, no, you don't understand. The HTML is what the user sees. What does this mean? The only way I could see this is if they have a JavaScript file that modifies the text after the fact. But then all the AI has to do is see, oh, this has shield font. We'll just run the JavaScript
that
on
ultimately is going to be
I
think no matter what, it's kind of sounding like that's the way around it, is that it just has to have it downloaded, essentially.
No. So
you know
the static HTML would look like the second one, and the crawler, because it's more efficient, would just download the static HTML, not run any scripts, and just use the static HTML. But some websites, you can't get some of its content without running the JS. And it's not going to take much effort to just run the local JS script and have it replace the text. So what's the fucking... My first idea, the thing I thought they were doing right when we started reading this article, is way better than anything they're actually doing.
Cheers, yes. Thanks for stopping by.
Good night, yes. Make this make sense, website. What does that mean?
Reminds me of Kenning's and Scalding Poems. Yeah.
A scraper using OCR or optical character recognition. That's not necessary. That's not necessary.
By the way, what it is translated it to, just to read it for those listening, what you just read, every morning the winners gather, is every morning the Avengers scatter into the garden to share velvet engines about the weather. The verdict and the glacier, a patient lantern melts. Every sentence sinks a... Could you scroll down a little bit?
So it's made it.
It's just replaced certain words, yeah.
What I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying that doesn't make sense. I'm sure someone in chat will tell me, actually, that's good for that because the AI can't make sense. No, that's not the problem here. If you could do this, if you could make sure that AI only saw that rather than this, then that would work. My point is, whatever method you're using to show this to the crawler and show this to the human will probably be quite easy to reverse.
Yeah.
All the crawler has to do is say, "Oh, this has shield font as a script file. Just run the shield font script on the code, and then we're good to go."
Yeah.
That does cost a bit of extra time, but nowhere near as much as what my first suggestion of like use a
Doing a
ciphered
replacement
font.
cipher, yeah.
Yeah, a ciphered
again, I
font would
think
be
is what it's called.
way better than this. Now, what you could do is you could reduce the impact by having the ciphered font only change a few words. Like, there's loads of optimizations you could make to that
Substitution
idea.
cipher, yeah.
And you have to have that preprocessor layer on the server side, but it's not too bad. Just a reverse proxy of the service that does the ciphering. It's not too difficult at all. But this solution, I cannot see how this would actually be effective until unless it's just effective until the AI scrapers realize, oh, it's got shield font on it. We'll just
to
use
waste
our
its
shield
time,
font profile. It's only wasting a tiny bit of time. Running the JavaScript.
Maybe the whole point is that, you make them burn one more credit or something, you know?
But barely.
Yeah.
Running the JavaScript to do the re-encode to get the original text is only going to be trivially more effort. Like reading the text directly, nanoseconds. Doing the neural net to analyze the font and decipher it, probably a few seconds, maybe in the hundreds of milliseconds. But running the JavaScript file, a few milliseconds at most, maybe 1 millisecond. So the difference there is, yes, it's more, but it's still not much. It's really not much to just run the JavaScript file.
This sounds a bit weak sauce. I don't keep going though and see if there's.
I will keep going
unless we're missing something, because even to me it sounds like this is weak sauce.
I still maintain my original idea was better than anything they are apparently doing.
Silver Ogre does say that wasting a tiny bit of time enough times and adds up, which is true. I mean that, like, you know, you and I are both fans of Kitboga or like Kitboga's content, right?
Yeah.
And like him creating those mazes and puzzles that are just time wasters for Indian scammers, like those are great. But with AI, eventually it could add up in the same way, where it's just like waste a little tiny bit of time, because all those credits, even if it's just one extra credit, like something completely nominal, but if it's like every page has that and just makes it a little bit more difficult, then that does add up pretty quickly.
It's really not going to be much unless shield font's appeal is that they deliberately waste your time and make it take longer than it needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there is if these are being changed as part of a cipher, and there's a key that you have to know to decipher it, I mean, for one thing, then it's not as easy to do that in a script. But maybe they can do it. So maybe they can make it so that you have to show that you've done processor work in order to decode it. Okay, a human visiting the page is going to have to wait, say, 100 milliseconds while their processor heats up to decode it. And an AI doing that, that adds up. But then that does affect the user experience as well. It's not nothing. However, if that's what they're doing, then calling it shield font is retarded.
Well, it's not.
It's not that.
Where it's not a font.
It's just an invisible capture.
Yeah. It's like essentially.
So it's not a font thing at all.
Oh no!
None of this is about fonts.
I'm so sorry, Yuzlu. Are you okay?
I'm so disappointed.
Oh no!
My first idea was better than anything they're doing.
I'm so sorry that your font autism wasn't satiated, and that you got fucking clickbaited. Well, actually, like, it's called. You didn't really get clickbaited by the article. It is called Shield Font. It calls itself a fucking font, and it doesn't appear to be a font.
If it's just like, we're gonna make you show that you've done a little bit of like decryption work, a little bit of processor work before you can access the real text of this article, that's not a bad idea to stop this. It will add up if people are like, if you're a mobile user accessing it, then you may become noticeable at the levels that would slow down an AI enough. And it's only going to slow them down. It really isn't going to stop them. They'll be like, "Ooh, this must be good data," and then maybe allocate more resources to downloading it if it's got the script on it. But yeah, it'll slow them down a bit, but not by much. They only have to access it once anyway.
Yeah.
Per site, per page, like they may share caches of this stuff as well, so it's barely going to make a fucking dent. But it has nothing to do with the font.
It's just a misnomer. It's legitimately a misnomer if our interpretation of this is correct.
Yeah. Actually, a capture's better.
Yeah, capture would be better.
The human has to click it, but the AI would it actually has to dedicate even more time than my original
solving a
idea with
captcha,
the
for
font
sure,
cipher
yeah.
to solving the captcha. Now, yeah, the human has to click it, and that is a bit annoying.
I do
granted,
I
but
hate fucking I hate that they're on every goddamn website now. It's fucking infuriating for everything.
but once you've done it once on a site, then you don't have to do it again for a while. So
sometimes
it's not too bad. It's ameliorated. So
I just don't
would,
I don't like to have to look stuff up like on and then I have to delete my history. I mean, just like literally for anything. Like there was stuff I was Googling here just this evening that I went ahead and did normally, but it was like, oh, I typed in like replacement cipher, Unicode compressor. You know, it's just not stuff I want to keep showing up my I just don't want it because I'm autistic. I just don't want it in my history. And so I will oftentimes just use incognito mode, not for no reason other than I don't want it to show up in my history. And it's not because it's anything weird, I just don't like it. It bothers my autism. You know what I mean? So I get met with
Did you
captures
find the
all the
Unicode
time for that
compressor, by the
reason.
way?
No, I found Unicode converters. I didn't find a compressor
Oh, that's
for
weird.
it.
I'll try and find it. In a minute.
Maybe I was looking for the wrong thing. I don't really know what I was looking for there. So
That's all right. I'll find it in a minute. I'll do a demonstration.
sure. That'd be
But
fun.
they do exist. I've used them before. So yeah, I'm disappointed by this. The tech that they're talking about here, like maybe the article's just doing a really bad job of explaining it.
I don't know. But I agree with
if
Silver
what they mean
Ogre
is-
that I would also hope that Shield Font would put a lambda on your hoplite to announce you are a Spartan. Indeed. I agree.
No idea what that means. But
you
if
you know what a lambda is. You know what a lambda is.
I know what it is in programming,
You-
and in I think what I
Have you
think I know
played
what the
Have you played
letter
Half-Life?
is in Greek language. Yes,
You know what a hoplite is?
vaguely.
A military unit type, right?
Yeah.
A Spartan. Put a lambda on your hoplite to announce you are a Spartan.
Anyway, if what they're doing is just making you do some extra CPU work, it's not a terrible middle ground, but why do they call it that? It has
To
nothing do with
annoy
the font.
specifically you.
Yeah, it must be it.
They did it. Usually they made this just to irritate you. It was designed in a lab to piss you off.
Wait, this is making even less sense. It
No,
could also come with some considerable collateral
then
damage.
just-
Shield font could be a headache for people with disabilities
That's what
who
I said at the
rely on
beginning.
screen readers. Well, but yeah, that is what I said earlier. But why? If the
Yes.
JavaScript is
Right.
coming along and fixing it afterwards, why would this matter? I just keep assuming what they're doing here, but it keeps changing. It keeps making even less sense. The screen
is this
readers, instead of
future-
reading the
this is a
text you're
futurism
intended
article?
to see,
I don't
would
know
read
if the writer of
gibberish.
this
It also
article
breaks
knows what it
just
does.
let me figure out what they're actually doing here. It also breaks translation tools as well as attempts to copy and paste the text. Right, that's what we said earlier. But that was under the assumption it was doing something sensible, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
They also concede that more targeted scrapers could download the page and examine it to work out the substitutions. Well, yeah, but that's the whole point, is that costs extra. So how? Okay, so I assumed it was a JavaScript thing that comes along and changes this based on some encryption key to this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not? So what the fuck is the ligatures thing? That doesn't make any sense.
Gaslight Uzulu the article.
Yeah, it
Says
must
user
be.
been banned.
It must be. But how?
You
I
keep
don't
getting
think you can
gaslit
change
tonight.
entire words just by using ligatures. That doesn't make sense.
How
Oh,
do
the
you know?
article ends here, so it doesn't make sense at all. I'm gonna have to maybe we want to do it now, maybe we want to do it later. This article has left me less informed than when I started reading it.
I am also genuinely perplexed.
Yeah.
I get the feeling. Who wrote this? Let's look at them. Is it
This
a
is
Ford?
futurism.
Is it a Ford? It's a man,
Yeah, here he is.
Frank Landymore.
He's the guy that seems to write a lot of the futurism articles. Yeah.
Mhm. In which case he
Our
might
main
be AI
underlying
himself.
purpose, maybe, is to enforce a
And hence
basic
why it doesn't
principle of
make any
AI
sense.
ethics. Creators should have a meaningful say in whether their work is used to train AI systems they wrote. Okay, this is just the purpose, not the mechanism. Shield font. Is it real? Does it exist? Yes, it does.
What do they say
Right.
about it then, at least?
Yeah.
Because now I'm
Yeah.
perplexed.
There's a
I'm
GitHub.
befuddled.
An open source creative technology intervention. Okay, so if you mouse over it, then it shows you what the AI sees.
Yeah.
But I mean, I understand what what the output should be. Like that you have words that look different
Mm-hmm.
for different viewers. What I don't understand is how you've done that without
Yeah.
it being trivial to reverse. So I need to read it. So An open source creative technology intervention developed to protect human writing from unauthorized human training. Why writing blah blah blah. Opt out by changing the code behind the text so mass scrapers cannot access its meaning. The text is already protected. Your next text could be too blah blah blah. Okay. So there's
Then
right.
we are the AI. It was meant to confuse if that article was written by AI.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe it's very meta. Maybe the whole thing is that the article was intentionally confusing because it was written using Shield font and therefore but it actually was cogent. So I don't think so. But maybe. Inspect element. I don't know.
So I am inspecting an element. So the HTML of this, you can see highlighted, literally does say rehabilitation.
Okay.
Let's see, what are they doing to reverse it? Because if they're just using a fucking pseudo element, that's so easy to undo. Okay, so let's see. How are they defined?
Usually autism has been activated.
Font feature setting. So it does have ligatures. Shield font. Okay, so it is based on the font. Okay, so I think maybe. Oh, okay, right. Okay, I think I get it now.
Okay.
I didn't know this, but it looks. Yeah. Okay, no, I did know this. Right. This is somewhat clever. Then the name does make sense. Okay. I think what they've done is, with fonts, they can define these ligatures where letters connect to each other in special ways.
Yeah.
I think the sequences that you can define are pretty much arbitrary. It's not just a pair of characters. You can define it for anything.
Okay.
So what they've done in the font is they've taken, for example, the word rehabilitation, which is what this is behind the scenes. That's what it is in the HTML. And they've just encoded into the font, hey, the way that you should connect up the letters, the ligatures for rehabilitation is, and then they've just given intervention as like a vector.
Okay.
So the font can encode ligatures, but these guys are using it to just replace visually the text. So this ends up being pretty similar to my initial idea.
It sounds
the way
like
they've done it here, the way they've done it here is probably better than what I was proposing. Maybe less complete, probably better. So my initial idea is pretty much what they've done here. So everything I said about that version is true. They would have to spin up a text recognition system to determine what it looks like. Where it says intervention here, this is the example I'm using, intervention is not written anywhere on this page, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
It is just the font encoding it as a vector. In much the same way that each of these characters is a character encoded as a vector image, like a basically just think of it as an image. Each letter here is an image that it sends you, and you render it where the letter is supposed to be. The full word intervention, I think, is as well. Now, there's a problem here. An easy way to undo this. So, if the font is doing that, and if rehabilitation always renders as intervention, what could you do to bypass that?
Cipher.
Not a cipher.
No.
Rainbow tables.
I don't know what that is.
Once you know that rehabilitation means intervention, you don't need to check again.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And so once they've, it's only going to take a few months for them to have a database of all the replacements that is complete.
And that's what I thought it was, which was the substitution cipher, right? So it's the same thing.
If I refresh the page,
which is why substitution ciphers are very weak. No, and they're one of the oldest forms. But that is essentially what this is. If it always translates to the same thing, right? If
I refresh the page and it doesn't say rehabilitation underneath anymore, then this could actually work.
Refresh it.
But let me finish explaining, because people need to know why.
Okay.
Then this could actually work, but there may be other vulnerabilities. However, if I refresh this and it still says rehabilitation underneath, then this tech will only last for a few months or even weeks. Until the AI companies have just written, this means this. They've just mapped which one means what, and that will not take long. So let's have a look. F5. It still says rehabilitation.
That's not good. Nope.
So my original suggestion ends up being better, because with my original suggestion, and you could even maybe enhance mine by using ligatures in some way, but with my original suggestion, you have to spin up the you have to have a server-side preprocessor, which does suck. But
Mhm.
the benefit of that is with you, in order
wait.
to understand what the text says, you have to spin up
Hang on.
a neural net to detect what each letter maps to on each page or on each page visit.
Hang on. PTR to no reference. It says scroll down more. You can change the word. So maybe this part is just like
Okay,
static.
I'll have a look at that in a minute. But so that
it's like
that's
demonstrating it
what
visually
that version does.
and interactively.
But I don't. It
This-
wouldn't. It's not a good demonstration if it is static.
No, but it might be just a.
All right, hold on. Place vision text on the left, get the protected version on the right. So we know that's how that works. 6 weights equally protected. Okay, different weights of the font. You have to use the font they want you to use, though. You can't use a different visual.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, you can bring your own font, I guess.
Wow, immediately
Oh,
proven wrong.
I think you have to generate it anew, though.
Yeah.
You can have your own key. Okay. So each user would have their own key then, I guess. Maybe each page. Screen readers get the real words. Really? Screen reader reading down the pages, never handed scrambled text. Screen review and touch explosion are untested. Tico read aloud. If that's the case, I'm sorry guys, but if that's the case, then the AI will just use this.
Yeah, it'll just use the screen reader then.
Yeah.
Dimitri says that's a bad test, just proves the exact same text always generates the exact same text block. Change the text block and it maintains. Yeah. So I'm not sure about the actual utility of this.
Okay, if you can bring your own, okay, if they're expecting people to generate their own font file, or like maybe they have an API where you can do that,
I suppose,
then this isn't going to be free because that's
computationally
intensive.
Of course it's not
going to
be free. That
but
was never going to be
that
an option
could
here.
work if you can generate a font on the fly, and that does the re-encode, and you communicate your key to them, and they send you the font, and then do the scramble. Then
right?
that maybe is
PTR?
okay. That
Like,
maybe is fine.
He says AI is blind. It needs a screen reader. I mean, like it can just read right, but most AI would have a screen reader capability, right?
No, the point with the screen reader is that the screen reader is also scraping the page. It's literally a scraper. It just runs locally.
Yeah, right.
So the screen reader reading the page is the same process as the AI scraper reading the page. It's the same process.
Yeah?
So if the screen reader can read it,
then AI can read it.
Then the AI can read it.
So is this a scam?
No, I doubt it's a scam. They must have some clever way around it. But what I'm expecting is that they've encoded it in such a way that they probably just hope that AI won't notice that you can just do this. I don't know.
Guess.
It doesn't make any sense. It's a demo.
Yeah, Silver Ogre asks, is this selling a false sense of security to the uninitiated?
No, on reading it more, like
their website is better actually at explaining it than that fucking article was.
Yes, definitely. In reading it more, they are going to have to do quite a bit of heavy lifting themselves in generating the font constantly. But
hey, Jojo.
This is, I think, viable. But this part brings the whole thing back into doubt again. Okay, so I want to do the screen reader thing. I want to see if that actually works. So if you use a screen reader, custom font, or translator, please uncover the text before reading. Oh. So you have to click the button. Okay, so why wouldn't the AI just click the button then?
Well, this is a demonstration. It's a demo. It literally says live demo. That would be why. They're showing you how it works. Presumably, this wouldn't be on every page that uses or any... Oh, you mean if there's a simple way to toggle it, right?
If someone wants to use a screen reader, they're going to need a simple way to toggle it, which means the AI could use that. So
okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. New Cicada 1372.
Right. There's the other thing I said, right? You have to wait. This is probably doing some decode or maybe even an API request, sorry. That that's the drawback. So if you want to use a screen reader,
It
you
takes
have
a
to
minute.
wait 30
Yeah.
seconds because it can't distinguish you from an AI.
Right.
But a human might be willing to wait 30 seconds. An AI, that'll add up.
Yeah.
Now, that said, will it add up? Because there's a difference between latency and throughput. Reducing adding 30 seconds of latency doesn't change the throughput. It only changes the initial delay, but the throughput's the same.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah.
an AI that has to wait 30 seconds to read it, it's not like, well, I'm waiting 30 seconds, I guess I can't do anything else. No, they're parallel reading millions of pages at the same time. If one of them requires a 30-second wait, it doesn't slow down the process. It only delays the results of that page.
No, ABC, it's a little bit more complicated than just being a scrambled font set, as we've been trying to figure out now for like the last 15-20 minutes on this. It's more complicated than that, which is but
if it's 30 seconds of computation, that's different. If it's a cryptographic thing, but then that's going to be somewhat arduous. Let me have a look at whether it made me do computation, actually.
Can you figure that out? You can find that out?
My CPU usage did raise a bit for a short time, so that may be viable then. But the exact 30-second timer makes me think that it wasn't. That could be bypassed.
It is a demo, though. So it might not be. Again, this is...
It's a demo, which means it's a demonstration, which means this should be how it actually works. So, okay, let's see if there's any more
ideally,
details
but maybe
here.
not. Maybe it's like a pre-registered thing, you know what I mean?
Encodes the words in your HTML against a substitution dictionary, then ships a font whose open type rules reverse the substitution at render time. Readers see your writing. Well, that sounds like it. You would need a server-side preprocessor then if you're changing the HTML. Readers see your writing, anything collecting the HTML without rendering fonts collects a substituted version.
Fucking custom designed to trigger all of who's lose autism.
True.
What kind of autism did you guys get, chat?
Okay.
We do agree that birds and bees can be friends for the most part.
So it's a fucking JavaScript library. So you do need server-side stuff. This will only work with JavaScript servers by the looks of it. Or maybe you can use it as a reverse proxy locally. But no, it looks like it looks like you've got to have a fucking TypeScript server. You've got to install this in it. You've got to run your text through the thing. It's a bunch of fucking infrastructure work. Again, we come back to the fact that my original suggestion of just having like a reverse proxy that uses access and then it routes to your thing, as long as you're not doing a bunch of like well, I mean, even if you're doing even if you're doing load balancing, then you can still just have multiple of these. But just a simple reverse proxy program that is independent of the backend. You can pass back and forward text through it, and it will do the replacement and then send a font for you specifically generated by your server. That would be fine. I think honestly, my original first instinct idea for how to do this is probably still better than what they've done. And that's the conclusion. Thank you for joining me for my TED Talk. Aiden, do you have another topic? Because you're probably bored of this one by now.
No, I'm not. I know. It was much like how I was really enjoying going through that previous psych article about the relationship between, one, the evolution, more importantly, of humor, and then also its relationship to dark triad traits and personality disorders. So I went on a bit of an autistic spree there. I have another thing that I'm very autistic about, which is player-avatar relationships. And there is new research on this, which it's actually quite a niche field. So when I see stuff about it, I'm very excited. One of the hypotheses that we've long held about a positive benefit of avatar embodiment, so existing in a digital body, usually in a virtual reality space anymore. It used to be, just seeing a character on the screen, but this is in a virtual reality context, this particular study, is that it had and I remember hearing people proposing this kind of stuff back in the 2010s, is that, well, this could reduce bias by that I mean prejudice, explicitly prejudice, by allowing people to walk in someone else's shoes, right? This hypothesis has been floating around for 20, 30 years, essentially, within the player avatar embodiment milieu of this research, which is my precise area of really autistic hyperfixation in my field of research in communication. So They found, however, the opposite in this new study, which is that it actually increased bias. And now I can explain why that is. It's so actually simple. You just have to go back to the basic, the most. It's going to be this one. It's going to be stigma. Here, how I can spell stigma notes on the management of the spoiled identity by Irving Goffman, published in 1963. I can tell you why this was found in this just recently published study from this book that was published in 1963, because Irving Goffman goes over it in excessive detail. But what did they find? So again, like I said, for years, there was this hypothesis that, well, if you let someone experience someone else's body, then it would reduce bias because then you'd know what it's like. And in this case, they did that with an obese avatar, right? In a virtual reality setting. So let's see. Inside a virtual reality headset, the body becomes negotiable. Look down and the torso may not resemble your own. Lift a hand and another hand raises in synchrony. Turn to a mirror and the stranger staring back moves when you move. The coupling of sight and motion can create a limited but compelling sense, and I do mean limited, that an avatar belongs to you. Researchers use the illusion to let people temporarily inhabit bodies associated with groups they ordinarily see as them rather than us, such as an older adult, a wheelchair user, a person of another race, or someone with obesity. The technique is called outgroup embodiment. And this has been a primary area of my own research, just to be clear. I've been working on this shit for 15 fucking years. So I was very excited to see this. The attraction is clear. VR helps you imagine another person's perspective, making that perspective feel self-relevant. While some studies have found reduced biases after participants inhabited a dark-skinned avatar, it is good to keep in mind that virtual bodies also carry stereotypes and status. Rather than dissolving a social boundary, it may make that boundary harder. In exploratories, who did this, by the way? They're finished, right? I looked at the study because I was curious about that beforehand. I don't know anyone associated with this, which is actually the bizarre part. I don't know anybody. Is this it? This isn't it. They actually linked to the wrong study. I found it, whatever. It's a bunch of Finns. I don't know anyone associated with it, which is unusual. Placed 63 participants in Finland inside a virtual gym. The context will have mattered here for the findings. Some inhabited a gender-matched avatar with average height, while others inhabited one representing a person with obesity. Participants moved before a mirror, watching. We've done this. I've literally done this. Watching the avatar mirror their movements. They then played a cooperative basketball game with another avatar, working together to score 10 points. The interaction was designed to feel positive, and the participants generally reported little threat. Yet after leaving the VR environment, those who had inhabited the avatar with obesity felt more coldly towards people with obesity than participants who had inhabited the avatar with an average weight. The exercise, intended to encourage perspective taking, was associated with worse, not better attitudes. Now, self-esteem appeared to change the outcome. Participants with relatively high self-esteem inhabiting the avatar with obesity was associated with a stronger implicit anti-fat bias, as they call it. Participants with lower self-esteem, the pattern leaned in the opposite direction, although that difference was not statistically clear. And what they mean by that is that it didn't reach statistical significance. It looked in that direction, but it wasn't statistically significant. And this is the curious thing, right? But not unexpected. People who are attractive, or well, who think they're attractive because they have high self-esteem, or maybe not even think they're attractive, but they just have positive mental image of themselves, when put into the body of a fat person, became more negative in their biases towards obese people. That, as I say, goes back to Irving Goffman's stigma notes on the nature of a spoiled identity. Because we found in the past that when you give someone a disfigurement, right? I'm taking this off to display it. There's been studies on this where they'll put fake scars on people's faces using rigid collodion or some other makeup, and then have them go and interact with others. They know that they are scarred when they're interacting with a group. And, well, they feel typically lower self-esteem, but they also, it doesn't make them feel more positively towards people who are disfigured, because nobody really wants to be disfigured. And in fact, what it probably is doing, going back to Irving Goffman's work, is that no one wants to have this spoiled identity. They know that the spoiled identity reflects upon them. They don't want to experience that, particularly people who already have high self-esteem. People with low self-esteem, I would imagine, are probably like, just doesn't bother them as much. And the fact that it's not statistically significant would make that. Psychology Today is doing some interpretive work there. I've not read the study. I will read this one, though, but by that it means it wasn't significant. One possibility is that some participants experience the avatar as a bridge to another life, as a threat to their usual self-image. Yep. Instead of identifying with the body, they may have pushed it away psychologically. Yep. prejudice then becomes a way to restore distance. Yep. This is not me. These people are not like me. Yeah. I think that's probably psychologically what's going on. However, the whole interesting thing here is that, like I said, we spent like 15, 20 years now thinking that if you could for a day walk a mile in someone else's shoes, then you would identify more with them. You would understand them. You wouldn't be biased against them. I'm not so sure about that. If the identity is spoiled, in Goffman's words, then I don't think, if it has negative social valence in some way or another, then I don't think anyone wants to inhabit it. And in fact, it might increase biases, because there's a perception that if you have a negative interaction in this basketball game that they played, for example, let's say you didn't win, there could be a perception that I lost and I didn't compete as well because I'm stuck in this body. And so you can make excuses, you can attribute anything negative about your interaction to the inhabitation of the spoiled digital body. Sorry, guys. This stuff's super fascinating to me, but it might have been a little bit weird. I'm in no way surprised by these findings. I knew we had found it wasn't an effect in people using avatars of different races, for example. But it does make sense why it might be the case with a fat avatar, because it's just inherently kind of negative. Because it says something negative about you because you've let your body go, and you've, something that you can fix and change too, even in a way that necessarily the scarring might not affect. So, anywho, I love that stuff. So thank you for humoring me for a little bit in talking about my avatar
You humored me for much
research.
longer. But no, I appreciate it. I didn't have a lot to say about that one.
You're not
But
interested in
you humored me
avatars?
for much longer.
I
just wanna
love
say that-
avatars in terms of my first love in terms of studying communication was I wanted to understand like how people interacted with avatars in particularly MMOs. I by the way, like when I was 15 and got interested in this before I was even in college, I thought it was going to be a way bigger deal than it ended up being, or at least it is yet. I thought everyone would be using avatars in digital worlds, and we don't do that shit. But in 2015 or 2010 or whatever, when I started to get, not even 2015, excuse me, when I went to college, it was 2008. So like in 2005, when I got fascinated by this shit, I thought, well, by 2025, well, we'll all be using digital bodies and stuff. And then Meta is a complete and utter failure and didn't take off.
Yep.
So, dunno. I thought this was a way to ameliorate so many problems, and it doesn't even, no one even gives a fuck. I do, but that's just me.
VTubers are quite popular. I mean, that's sort of like the
VTubers are
dark
digital bodies.
shade of the future that you saw.
Yeah. I mean, they are using digital bodies, so in that sense, it's true.
Yeah.
Do you have something, or
just quickly? This list is all the limitations introduced by the ciphering system.
Okay.
So that it's not free.
I love
There's a bunch of problems.
I love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Slapped.
Slap.
Do you love ChatGPT? I
The
love
Boris
ChatGPT.
way
And
of-
you should be
I love it.
slapped. Imagine not liking being forced to be something you do not want to be. Who could have guessed? I suppose, yeah, that's sort of the lesson of that article.
Probably actually that's a big part of a big conundrum in the research is selecting the avatar's qualities, right? You get very different results. People can choose their own avatars versus when they are assigned one. People inherently are kind of more negative towards an avatar when you give it to them versus you're like, no, you are assigned to look like this, versus when they can customize it. Based on the limited research, and I can't believe we're this many years out, like Mia Consolvo hasn't done that. Mia Consolvo hasn't resolved that issue in the data. Look, I'm talking about a field that has about 15, 30 people in it, of which I was one, and I've left it. So, like, it is a small, and that's why I was shocked that there was a Finnish studies. I was like, oh, I've never heard of anyone in here. That's unusual. I usually know everyone involved. It's much like my political career on YouTube. It's like, I know everybody. And it's like, oh, I know everyone involved in avatar research. Apparently not.
You know spy glasses that allow you to have X-ray powers and see through women's clothes?
Yeah.
Teen boys are using meta glasses to harass and bully girls at high schools and middle schools. Mark made them real. Mark, you're forgiven.
What? Well, they don't.
We're going to find out.
Do they see? There's no way they see through clothes. They can't do that.
No, but they're probably like doxing them live or something.
Well, that's probably what that's what I was assuming this was, is just taking pictures of them and, unflattering while they're in the middle of eating or something,
Yeah,
like,
it might
post
be
that
even less
online.
than that. A TikTok video showed a teenage girl walking through the front doors of a large high school. It's
Especially
filmed
to be
point of
great.
view style using smart glasses, and a hashtag in the caption read, quote, #metaglasses. Quote, excuse me, could I get your Roblox? The adolescent boy
Is that
wearing
how
the
you
head-mounted
riz up
camera
the zoomettes?
badges the girl. It works for me. No, she responds, glaring unhappily as she quickly moves past him. She keeps walking, but the boy filming follows her. Come back, please, 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 he wheedles as the girl continues to walk away. Your LinkedIn, at least, your LinkedIn, please. Your Reddit, come on, your Reddit. I know you have a Reddit.
What teenage girl's a fucking LinkedIn? What?
That's the point.
20
That's the
something.
joke.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
The girl, clearly uncomfortable with the unwanted attention, doesn't turn around. The video has the distinctive style of the invasive Riz Cam and other POV videos in which self-styled pickup artists and other online creators use smart glasses to record themselves harassing women at malls and boardwalks or pestering employees at their place of work for content. I'm still trying to figure out how this is a technological problem.
Yeah.
But the people in this video aren't adults. Everyone on the clip, the girl, the boy filming the hallway passersby, is a teenage student. A Futurism review found, okay, this is actually a feminism article wrapped up as a technological article, so ignore. You can do this with a phone.
Yeah.
It's a people
Yeah,
issue,
you
and
don't
even
need
then,
glasses. You could do this with a phone. It's a little bit less
the
conspicuous.
website is making it about women victims, but it could easily be done against men, and probably is. So this is a feminism article pretending to be a technological article.
That's
So I was
cringe.
wondering if there was anything actually interesting to this. It looks like there probably isn't. Harassment, blah blah blah. Without subject's knowledge, again, how is that different from a phone? I thought this would be like real-time doxing, but no, it's just it's got a camera on it.
Cringe and gay, which they've always had.
Okay,
Again,
the
we
one
were
thing
studying
is
Google
that
glasses
you
back
could
when I
be
was in
filming.
dog school. That was in
You could be filming
2012,
without people
20,
knowing. If
14.
you've got a phone and you have to hold it up,
It's about
people
the
know you're filming.
explicitness
But
of it. Yeah.
the example they gave at the beginning is stupid because obviously they're like, why would you bother
You
saying
got
that if
so
you're not
close to
filming?
saying stupid and really putting a C in there. Right?
Stupid,
You
but
got real close.
one thing is like, if you've got there are some places where you're not allowed to film. With these, with a phone, they'd know you're filming. With these, they wouldn't. It's indistinguishable from a sight aid. So in a cinema, for example, you could record the whole thing. And then you could sell it or give it away for free as a cheap telesync copy a few weeks before it's available in high res. What the societal impact of this is pretty small.
I mean, like that's why that's one of the ways that movies get released on torrents the day they come out. Now, they used to do that with phones, and now they just do it with glasses.
Well, I haven't seen that done, but it probably has been. The last time I actually got a cam rip is like 15 years ago or something, because it's just not worth it.
No,
wait a few days. Even just a few days and you get a telesync.
It depends. When I used to like hang out more publicly with like the EFAP guys and stuff, and go on a lot of those kinds of shows back in the day, which there's no animus there, just haven't gone on in a while. A lot of times it would be like, yeah, we're going to watch this movie. There's a rip of it, Here's the link to the rip so you can watch it before we talk about it. And if it makes sense, like if you are a movie reviewer and that's your job, yeah, it makes sense to just get rips for things you can't go see in theaters.
Fair enough.
But or if you really care about that stuff.
Correct. Meta glasses plus deep fake AI just makes people naked in front of your eyes.
Some delay, I suppose.
Get to the point where women will adapt by realizing that seeing an image with their face on it and them being naked can no longer be offensive because they can't stop it. Instead, they have to just be offended by the fact they're actually naked, which might improve their standards, but never mind, maybe not.
Maybe.
I have this article appears to be bunk. You go next, but I do have much more.
I do too. We probably won't go for too much longer, but I maybe like another 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. Then we'll hang out in Cabal for a little bit. But
I am quite EP today.
I am too, actually. So once again, I think I was last week too. Oh well. More than half of U.S. adults lack basic statistical understanding. This is a problem I have.
More than half? What, I do?
Are you a U.S. adult?
No, the point, Aiden, is that would demonstrate a lack of basic statistical understanding because I extrapolated an individual case to the whole. Yeah.
From the daily weather forecast to a baseball player's batting average to an individual's risk of developing lung cancer, understanding statistics can help people in the U.S. and everywhere navigate their lives, according to Mark Ramos, assistant research professor of health policy and admin at Penn State. Yeah.
I'm going to say something that might kind of undermine the article. It doesn't mean you can't just keep reading it. That's the level of comprehension is probably roughly the highest it's ever been in human history.
Oh, for sure. I would agree with that.
It's not at an acceptable level for people that know about statistics, obviously, but it's not like it's suddenly dropped. And actually,
no,
it may have suddenly dropped, but only because of certain factors that this article probably wouldn't read out. Now, I'm not saying you were saying that.
Yeah,
just that it's not necessarily doomsaying. It's just, this is just the state of humanity. It's kind of obvious.
The problem is that probably the vast majority of people do think they understand statistics.
Yeah,
that's
probably not new.
I know, but that is actually where the issue comes into it, which is that
maybe so.
Less than half actually do, but I think probably like 99% think they do. And that is that, or something way up there.
Maybe.
Call it Dunning-Kruger or something.
Would react as if they do.
Yes.
If you give them some statistics. The thing is, if you're treating normies like reasoning machines, you're already wrong. You've already gone off the deep end. Because what they are is reacting machines. Their intuition. It's based on the exhibitors of the public milieu, of the public will. If you talk to a normie, like there's the expression that if you talk to a boomer, you're talking to the TV. Well, that's kind of true, but to broaden it, if you're talking to a normie, you're talking to the collective. You're talking to normies.
Yes.
Generally. This varies a bit,
you're
but
talking
on issues that they don't have a personal stake in.
Yeah. They
default
will just to what is everyone else
the collective
think?
intent. Yeah. They'll say what it is. Sometimes it's modulated somewhat towards their biases, but it's basically whatever they think they can say to stay in their social group. And that's fine. Stability is underrated by intellectuals, I think. Stability of society is underrated by a lot of intellectuals. So it's, I think, fine that happens. Lamentable on an individual level, yes.
Yeah.
But fine generally. Evolutionarily, it's been selected for. So it's different specializations. The lesson is don't try and talk statistics to normies.
Generally speaking. In a study published in PLOS ONE.
If you want to make it very simple. Sorry, please continue.
Study published in PLOS ONE, which I do want to point out, not a competitive publication. Researchers analyzed nationally representative survey data and found that 62% of respondents reported no or limited statistical knowledge, while only 11% regularly use statistics in daily life. This is self-report, though, in which case I actually think it's considerably higher. I think it probably is. It's probably like people who actually understand statistics, and I do mean actually understand it. And I would bet it's some of these 11% who regularly use them as well, who don't understand them.
Yeah, sort of 2 or 3% probably genuinely understand them in a sense that you would recognize at least. But yeah, the self-reported aspect, some surveys where they're self-reported, I estimate the variations are like 1 or 2%. That's acceptable. This is probably at least 5 to 10% variation from reality and self-reporting.
62% just admit they have basically no understanding of stats whatsoever. However, what I do find fucking frustrating about that is that I know that a lot of those people will get into arguments and certainly assert in certain contexts that they do understand statistics. So, or that they understand a certain statistic. Despite the perceived knowledge gap, most respondents also reported they would rely on statistics for decision-making more if they understood the topic better. While statistics are not hard to understand, they really aren't. They are even easier to misunderstand. That is true. I think that's generally a true statement from Ramos.
At the most basic level, they're only as hard to understand as numbers themselves. But once you start adding on more than one number at the same time, you start adding on factors, you start adding on curves, multiple dimensions.
Well, yes.
That's already very complicated for a normie. And then you get the interpretation layer. Oh, that's far too much.
You have things like percent variance accounted for that I brought up earlier. You have things like alpha levels. There's a bunch of, so like even an output in statistics is not just a simple output. You need to know inherently what is underneath that actual numerical output. Again, like what is the alpha, what is P?
The numbers are kind of useless without relating it to reality as well. So you need to know this stuff,
And unfortunately, that does require
the inputs and the outputs.
It's specialized knowledge that is required to really understand statistics. And the reality is that most people they don't need statistics in their everyday lives. They really don't. I think they do personally, that it would help. But and again, people seem to think, they also agree that they think that they would rely more on them if they understood the topic better. So But they're it's
And
actually
they may be
crazy.
saying that because they think it's the right thing to say.
Maybe.
A lot of them might
There's
not
always
actually.
there's always a potential for social
Yeah.
desirability bias in that's what I think is the right thing to say, as you intimated. Yeah. So they just explained how the survey. Yeah. Wait. The survey specifically asked whether people understood So I brought this up. I'm so glad. Asked if they understood p-values. So a p-value, I know I've talked about it here before and on my videos many times just to explain what a p-value or alpha level is. So a p-value is and you calculate this using statistical modeling to say, if I reconducted this experiment 100 times over, for example, or 1,000 times over, what would be the likelihood that I would obtain different results based on the consistency within the data that I've analyzed, right? You're looking at patterns within data and translating those into what is the likelihood that this was due to random error. So in pretty much all scientific studies, and I mean, this is at a minimum. So the social sciences use this as a standard, but other sciences, biological sciences, for example, would use a even lower p-value. But in the social sciences, so the minimum p-value is p is less than 0.05. That means that if I were to reconduct that study 100 times over, I would expect a different result 5 times or less, right? More complicated mathematics and scientific areas of study would maybe set their preferred alpha level at below 0.05. They might set it at 0.01. You don't expect one different result out of 100, and so on. So I was able to explain that very easily. Is what a p-value is.
Basically, just kind of like 1% random chance.
Yes. What is the random
basically.
Error that exists within the
Yeah.
sample?
Yeah.
Smaller the
That's good.
p-value, the greater statistical evidence. He doesn't explain that actually, I think, as well as I did. But statistics do not provide certainty, right? And so that's how they measured this. And I guess it was that 62% did not understand p-values. I'm really glad
they didn't. I'm still not sure how that works.
they asked them whether they understood what a p-value was. Let's see. Do they have the actual questions? Because on the
I
Plus
see.
article, they
So
asked
it just asked them, "Do you know what this is?" And they said,
I don't
"Nope."
think it. I would
62%.
highly doubt that it was worded that way. If so, that's fucked. Let's see. Because that's useless then. If you just don't know the term, do you know what a p-value or an alpha level is? That's not going to be useful. But let's see.
If they asked it that way, I'm surprised it was only 62% that said they don't.
Right. That I would expect it to be much higher. Yeah.
Yeah. 30 percentage points of people just.
Oh no,
just
that was what
pretended
they
to
asked.
know.
How much do you
Yeah.
understand about? Well, fuck you. That's okay. It's a lot of people pretended then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe 30%.
Well, what a bunch of
people-
useless. Here's another useless fucking bunch of shit. Like, and
Well,
just in
there's a
terms of
multiple choice question, so the way the choices are worded will have a big impact
None.
on how this.
no idea.
if
a
all
little,
of-
yeah.
If the findings of this paper depend on
It was 62%
such a
said
precise
none.
yeah. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that does help, but it seems like the entire paper here is based on the answers to one multiple choice question, which means that the wording is a really critical fulcrum on which the whole thing rests.
There was another question, which was do you think you would, if you understood statistics better?
That was the other question they asked. But this seems like a
this is
very simplistic study.
It's a
very
plus. Like I
simplistic.
said, it's published in PLOS ONE,
Okay.
which is a non-competitive
Fair enough.
journal. But
Fair
you do get an article about it here from phys.org.
I feel like our own ruminations on the topic were more useful than the results of the study.
Probably.
To be honest.
It's still it's interesting still
Given
in
the
that
methodology.
62% are just like absolutely no. I have no idea what statistics are, how statistics work, and I don't know what a p-value is. I do think that, however, ultimately what this came down to is, do you know what p-values are? And I am not surprised that 62% of people said they had no fucking clue what a p-value is. Although it's not a complicated topic. It is.
So little I've heard of them or read about them. No, okay,
60%
here's
said-
the problem, Aiden.
Yeah, no idea.
The question wasn't, have you heard of p-values?
Yeah.
The question was,
much do you
how
understand?
much do you understand about statistics and p-values? That's two different questions
things,
in
yeah.
one question.
It is. Yeah.
They just conflated them. So if anyone said none, the implication is, well, either I don't know what p-values are,
I'm going to be honest.
or I know literally nothing about statistics, which that's not true of anyone. Some people, like everyone knows a tiny bit about statistics. This is shit, Aiden. This is not your fault, obviously, but this study is shit.
I got to be honest. if you don't understand this, you don't understand anything about this.
Still, though,
This is like
you could
the
understand.
most and they even called it the more common term of p-value instead
But
of an
it's a
alpha level,
term.
which is a little
You
bit
could
different,
understand
by
the
the way.
concept without knowing the term.
It is because they use the term, it does make it basically useless. Because it's just jargon at this
My
point.
point is,
Hey, do you know this bit of jargon?
Two different questions. Very different questions.
I do think if you don't know what this is, you don't know anything about this. But and that might reveal, you know, that I don't know. That's not a great test to see if less than half people understand statistics. However, I believe that it's way. I think that the 62% is actually a vast underestimation. I think people probably may have responded.
This data is worthless.
But it's worthless. I agree with you. It's worthless. Yeah.
Honestly, what you're saying about p-values being required to understand statistics is just a different criticism of their study. Because if they had just asked, do you understand p-values, then it would have covered the statistics thing anyway, and it would have removed the conflation.
Yes.
It would have been so much better to just ask that.
Do you understand what a p-value indicates? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, I think your response rate would have been like 90%. None or no idea. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a failure of maybe the education system, but it also doesn't matter for
most people don't need
99% of people what the fuck a p-value is. Now, again, like I said, I don't think you understand statistics if you don't know what a p-value is. But in terms of how we colloquially use statistics every single day, no, it probably doesn't matter much. You probably should be able to understand a p-value, but I think statistics should be taught in primary and elementary school, like any other form of mathematics, because this should be known by pretty much everyone so that you don't get led around by the nose on some bullshit stats, right?
That's true, but if they have to remember specifics like that they don't use day to day in order to not be misled, they're just going to not remember it. Like, people only remember things they use.
True. Empire asks, do you understand n values? Yes. So an n value, as you've written it there, as an uppercase n, is a population. If it's a lowercase n, then it's a sample size. So I do understand n values.
N like this?
What did you do? Put them on screen. What? What'd you do?
No, I just typed n.
Oh, you typed? Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
N like that, yeah?
Yep. That is a population, but if you write it like this, that's the sample. From extracted from the population.
Chat, she ruined the tower. Jumper.
No,
so
it's
like
just
that, yeah.
like that.
So like that. Yeah. Is there such a thing as a capital I value?
Yeah. No. It's it's lowercase I, and it's
You guys, come on.
It's lower. It would be lowercase I, and that's What is it?
Chat, we're not the knights who say knee.
The lowercase I it's in mathematics, not statistics, but
Imaginary numbers, yeah.
Yes, that's it. Right. You got it. You got it, actually. Yeah. All right. Do you want to? We've got probably enough time, maybe for both of us to do one last thing, if you would like, or
Let
maybe
me see what I can find.
I got so much of I always do, and I like. We've talked about this before, and I think it's like, let's not try to rush through things. Let's take our time with it, and we'll just talk about the things we most want to talk about.
Sure, but we're near the end, so we can maybe just pick like one fun.
Let's do some fun stuff to end on each, shall we? Yeah.
Dating app co-founder bails after scandal over using fake AI-generated influencers.
Of course.
Now, what I'm hoping is that he put Mr. Beast on the dating app, but AI generated everything.
It'd be very funny
What's
if he
probably
did.
going to happen is that he just AI generated fake influencers to create ads, because there's AI that you can use to do this, to create ads for his service, but they're not real influencers. In which case, I don't see what the problem or what the benefit of the latter case is, even.
Yeah, I don't know either. What's the utility?
But let's have a look. So he bailed. So maybe the bail was not much to do with the AI-generated influencers, but let's see. Derek Chadwick, the co-founder of the new gay dating app Goose. Okay, suddenly
he's a Chad, and he made a gay dating app. Not very Chad.
Has suddenly quit the company after the platform was exposed for tricking men into signing up using fake AI-generated influencers. The magazine Out reports. Of course, it's called that. Chadwick, who is also a model and influencer with millions of followers, made the cryptic announcement on Tuesday in an Instagram post. Quote, "Some personal news. As of last week, I've stepped away from Goose." He wrote, "This is not a decision I made lightly.
Isn't
building something, blah,
goosing
blah,
when
blah."
you shove your finger up somebody's butt or something?
Well, I'd never heard that actually.
Like,
but if that
like as
is
a, like
what
as
it
a
means,
joke,
that's
like the
probably
Naruto,
why they
you know,
called
the
it this.
Naruto thing where you go like to isn't that what it is, or is it? It's something involving the bum, I believe.
I have never heard that.
Someone.
Chadwick addressed the reasons behind his departure in vague terms, although if we're reading between the lines, it seems like he's trying to exonerate himself of being involved in any wrongdoing. Quote, "Where I landed is that my vision for where this should go and the direction the company is going aren't the same thing anymore," he wrote. "When my name and my face are on something, I want to be able to stand behind all of it fully, as that stopped being true, saying didn't feel right. Goose markets itself as an alternative to Grindr, the dominant gay dating app, whereas Grindr tends to focus on hookups. Goose promises to be the place where you can find meaningful relationships."
Why would you call it goose then? Because I was correct. To goose someone most commonly means to poke, prod, or pinch them in the buttocks to startle them.
Oh dear.
And you have named it after that
so,
for serious gay relationships.
Listen, guys, there are probably exceptions to this, but the whole idea of gay relationships is that they're driven by sex, so they don't last. Now, that's probably why the physical abuse rates among gay men is so low, aside from the fact that men can actually restrain their violent impulses.
Well,
it's because they don't last. They just
They're
hook
just
up
having
for sex and then they move on to someone. It's also why AIDS spread so fast among gays.
Yeah, they just hook up.
Yeah.
Or you're in a lesbian relationship, in which case you get beaten. But I don't think this is for lesbians, considering it's called Goose.
I don't know. Yeah. Its intimate social media marketing, along with the fact that its founder is himself a popular influencer, helped it surge towards the top of the App Store. But a lot of the word-of-the-mouth hype appears to be built on a lie. Last month, Wire published an investigation that found that the app was using fake accounts on Instagram to bewitch unsuspecting men into signing up for the platform. Well, I mean, that's called advertising. I mean, if you're using a fake influencer, then you've still got to build up a presence on the platform for that to be worth doing.
It probably just sends them a message. And it has a
real
handsome
influencer.
But it has like a handsome man being like something like, "Yeah, I totally use this Goose dating app to find my relationships."
If anyone's trusting a message sent in a DM from
I mean like just like an Instagram
follower
post from an influencer, you know, it just is a hot guy and he's like, they do this with everything. They do this with water filters and all kinds of nonsense. They use AI to generate an influencer.
Let me clarify what I mean.
Sell some shit.
Let me clarify what I mean. If they've created an AI generated person who's advertising the product, then it's misleading, arguably fraudulent. It's not great, all right? But it's not going to give them that much of an advantage. What you would expect the reason to have influencers supporting your product is that they already have a following.
Yeah.
These fake influencers don't. So if you've given them a following, then what you've done there is you've created an AI character that's actually popular. But I don't think they have done that. They've probably done what you said.
Yeah.
But in that case, it's barely beneficial.
You know.
It's misleading, fraudulent, gives them a bad image, but it's barely beneficial. Do you not have anyone who can stand in front of the camera and say, "Yeah, I got myself
I got
goosed by Goose"?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, have anyone that can do that? Even just a fucking punter, even just get them to film it on their phone, give them a bunch of credit on the app if they do so. Like, surely, I guess the AI one is easier, but like, it's not a real customer. It's like, okay, you know what this is? How many times have you seen political campaign adverts where it's clearly an actor?
Oh, constantly. Yeah, they
almost constantly.
Yeah,
that's all this is. Except it's cheaper. That's all this is.
That's what all that stuff's being done with now is AI. Silver Ogre does point out they could have made it more cryptic by calling it Gander. That still has an implication.
That's actually a better idea.
It still has it actually then would have both implications, as in like I'm taking a gander, and then also
that's a much better name.
That is, man. Start your own day.
Yeah, you should be a homosexual.
Yeah.
I mean, you should be an app developer.
Thank you, Silver Ogre.
Therefore,
it makes some money,
all they've done here is AI generated actor shills.
Yes, exactly.
Which is barely even.
Who's falling for that shit?
Barely
Maybe
even
somebody.
registers.
I don't know.
Like it is. It's somewhat misleading. It's a little bit, but like, do you really expect everyone that's advertising products to be a real user of the product? In the modern day, no. No one really does. So this barely even moves the needle. Why is this being?
I don't know. I don't think it
the
does
fucking
much
problem?
of anything. I don't think it does
No.
much of anything. No.
I was hoping this article would be more interesting than that. To be honest,
I
do have some more, but you take your
we'll
turn.
do one last one because
Sure.
I want to get out a little because I think we're both EP. So
Yeah.
Ancient shark graveyard has been found in the Egyptian desert. Not where you typically would expect. I mean, it does make sense because it used to be an ocean, but they have found in the middle of fucking Egypt a shark graveyard. Difficult as it is to picture now, however, much of that desert was once submerged beneath a sea that covered much of the northern perimeter of the African continent. Nor was it a Dead Sea. Evidence suggests that during the Cretaceous period may have been a tropical wonderland, where the rising currents lifted nutrients into the water column to feed a thriving ecosystem. Now, buried in what was once a floor of that long-ago sea, the Abu Tatar Plateau, paleontologists have found evidence of its lushness, the teeth of sharks that would have thrived amid the bounty of fish. And not just one shark, the total number of different species found in that layer of the Dubé Formation now numbers at least 7, offering a glimpse into the rich marine ecosystems that once flourished along the northern edge of Africa. So this is, again, a map of what used to be just sea. Abu Tatar is here, this far away from the Nile, right?
Yeah, it's a long way away.
Yeah, quite a good deal.
Somalia.
Yeah, unfortunately, it exists.
That's Somalia.
Huh?
Yes, unfortunately, it exists indeed.
But that's it. That was it. Just ancient
Yeah.
alien lands once hidden beneath the ocean.
That's a cool hill, though.
What is this?
It's just the bubk.
I know
That's some cool landscape, to be
It
honest.
is, yeah. What is this?
At the same time, you can
Yeah,
feel
just to remind
that
you, I
you
can't hear
are
it.
on Mars.
Oh, right. It is cool
Our
looking.
region is
It's a
very
cool hill.
windy.
What is
as
it with
you
the
can
YouTube
see.
embed and the UI
my
taking
head.
6 years to disappear?
I don't know. I have the subtitles on.
Snack.
Sneg.
Ah, cool rocks. Cool fucking
I
rocks.
think they're just
dude.
walking around this region.
Do you know
Yeah.
where I'm
Yeah.
going right now?
That is
This used to
cool.
be a sea. Yeah.
Over there.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it actually. Now,
It
now
does.
that they've mentioned it,
Yeah.
I can see why they think so.
You can see why why it was a sea.
All right, and that joke marks the quality having reached a level so
Way.
low that I think it's time to end.
Probably indeed. This was a fun stream. Thank you all for
Oh,
Huh?
Aiden, there's
Oh,
one more poll that you could do.
which is I actually have some stuff to
You
talk about.
were
before we
asking
leave.
me a question
Uh-huh.
about your I don't know how much you want to reveal to the public, so I'll use vague terms. You were asking me a question about a aesthetic choice
Oh,
for you.
sure. Yeah,
Maybe you could ask chat. Up to you.
sure, I will actually. So I'm going to be at an event, like I said earlier, this upcoming weekend, next weekend, right? And I'm debating. I've bleached my hair, so it's all white again now. But I'm
Yeah,
debating.
no roots.
Yeah, no more roots. But I'm debating cutting it. My hair is quite like long, to be honest. I never wear it down, but it's also because it's bleached as fuck, so it's a bit, and also it's been up, so it doesn't look great right now. But my hair is pretty long, and I'm debating just getting like not cutting it all off, obviously, but getting a shorter haircut, like I don't know. When I was in hospital like for about 4 months, now 6 years ago, and I'd always kept my hair short. But when I was in hospital for all those months, my hair grew out, and I just let it keep growing essentially. So I am debating. I will. I'll put a poll here in the chat as we finish up. Should Aiden cut her hair shorter?
See, I can't really answer this because I have weird preferences for women's hair. So the answer should be dependent on what would actually give you the best outcome, not what I prefer. It's not my place to say anyway.
Yeah. Well, I know.
You should have made more options. You should have said short, long, and bold, and then
Bold? No,
you
it's
could
not.
have-
I'm not going bald. No, I'm not doing that.
that would be funny.
I'm not doing that.
If you did the hair short, would it just sort of fall because it's straight, isn't it? Would it just sort of fall straight, or would it get spiky and messy?
I don't know. I haven't cut my hair.
Fair
Like I
enough.
said, I haven't cut my hair in 6 years. Well, I've cut it, but
yeah,
I'm
but
not.
when? Okay, so 6 years ago, what was the answer?
The front should give you an idea.
So straight.
Yes, it's straight.
Fair enough.
It'd be like a little spiky just because I've bleached the fuck out of it. Also, I got a new bleach that worked really well. I was shocked. I couldn't get my normal brand, but I got this one and it worked. That being said, also, what I wanted to talk about before we ended
Mobile.
here as we let this poll play out, which is that I have a new video that will be out this next week on this channel. It will be about hormonal birth control, and I think I found something. I talked about it last week or the week before, I think, but there's going to be there's some stuff that I found there that I think are actually quite disconcerting about, even with the cessation of hormonal birth control, that I mean, it was up to like 30% of women, both in the UK and the US at one point, and now it's down to like 21% in the UK and 11% in the US. But we now find population level differences in women who aren't taking it that we used to only find in women who were. And that is the disconcerting part, is that we appear to have reached some sort of level of social saturation. I read my article about it, a couple weeks ago. My video on it should be out. Well, no, not should. Will be out before next weekend, because I will be away for that weekend. So I want it to be out before I go away and before the end of the month. So if you are not subscribed to this channel, if you would, please subscribe if you're interested in watching my new video on it. And that's it. That's my announcement there. And then again, if you happen to live in England and you haven't gotten tickets yet, but are interested, I believe there are still tickets available for the Whittown next weekend. And then also the Gate Lecture Series. Follow me on Twitter for that, because I'll talk. Oh, actually, I'll just talk more about that next. Oh, we won't be here next week because I'll be at the Whittown on Sunday. So maybe we'll do a makeup stream on some other day.
I don't know much about makeup.
Well, no, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of, we'll do a fucking stream to make up for it, like, on, like, a Tuesday or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If we do, we probably shouldn't expect to have quite as many people watching, because it wouldn't be on schedule. But
No.
you might get a surprise stream sometime, not the week about to start, but the week after that.
Indeed. But yes, just be apprised for my new video that will be on this channel in the upcoming days. Probably not tomorrow, but hopefully, if you watch Broken Crown, you'll know more by then, if it's not out. So I might launch it after Broken Crown on Wednesday, if I can, actually. Do you have anything to shill or talk about, Uzulu, before we head over to Cabal for a bit?
I don't think so, except Cabal itself. Chat, we're going to go and hang out in Cabal, probably watch a bit of Exiles. We've been watching through it recently. My first time. Aiden, obviously, is a long-time aficionado. It's all right so far. I'm hoping it'll continue to improve.
User Ben, do you want me to put makeup on him on a stream? I can do that.
How much? I'm going to have to charge you guys a lot for that one.
Oh, I'll do your makeup.
But
man.
yeah.
It'd be fun. All women love doing that. This is just an inherent thing that women enjoy.
Yeah. We'll probably watch some X-Files tonight. We've been watching other stuff too, like Blackadder was the most voted yesterday. Also watching the new Ghost in the Shell 2026, which is very good, actually. And aside from that, lots of other things happen in Cabal. So come and join Cabal, and you can say hello to Cabby as well. A lot of stuff happening in Cabal. Hopefully see some of you there.
It's also quite split on it's quite literally a 50-50 split on cutting my hair shorter.
Wow.
I don't know. I'll think about it. I've got a couple days left to think about it before the conference, but
I expect short hair would be easier than long hair.
Yeah, but then I can't put it in the thing in the clip. Can't put it up.
But then you don't need to, because it's short.
But then I don't need to. But then I have to keep cutting it. Anyway, I don't know. I'll debate about it. It seems that the chat's quite split on it. You'll find out next week either way, I guess, if I decide to go through with it or not. Anywho, thank you all for showing up. See you next week.